have their hands on George Floyd's person at all, but some officers did. Some of the 3 officers did. Isn't that right?
Well, yeah, certainly, Tu Tao was by the sidewalk trying to keep the crowds there back. But Alexander King and Thomas Lane, who were relatively new on the force, this was their 3rd or 4th shift as a full-time police officer after their training. They did, Thomas Lane was holding George Floyd's ankles, basically, down by his feet, and Alexander King was kind of in the middle of his back. He was holding George Floyd's left wrist behind his back and may have had part of his knee or leg on him at one point too, but mainly was kind of holding him down by his lower back. So they were there. And again, the prosecution's saying that when they saw what Derek Chauvin was doing with a knee on the neck, that they should have intervened with that. And then when George Floyd was clearly having trouble breathing, and then he was fading, and then he went unconscious and unresponsive, that they should have rendered medical aid. And again, that's the point the government's trying to say. They should have done CPR right away. They should have rolled him over right away. They should have done these things right away. But I mean, the defense saying that there were attempts or suggestions by these other officers, but they deferred to Derek Chauvin, who was, somebody that was certainly probably an intimidating presence to these relative rookies. Now, Tu Tao, who was standing by the sidewalk, by the onlookers there, not a rookie in this case, but his defense attorney pointing out that, he may have looked back to see, but maybe was not fully aware of the condition that George Floyd was in if he was focused on the people on the sidewalk, or maybe not fully aware where Derek Chauvin's knee was. So they think that there's a lot of holes that they're pointing out there too about, what was the training perhaps had mixed messages, or were they fully aware, or did they when they got rebuffed by Derek Chauvin, they didn't feel that they had the authority to then push that any further.
Rob, we know this trial kind of got derailed by a positive COVID case with one of the 3 defendants. What can we expect going forward? Is the trial back on schedule, back on track? And can we expect any of the 3 former officers to take the stand?
Well, I will tell you this, we are back on track, essentially, but it's slow going. I mean, the prosecution today was very plodding at times. I mean, a very slow pace, because they're being so meticulous and so thorough in asking so many different questions to try to really drive home a lot of these points. A lot of the testimony that you're getting becomes very repetitive. Even though the questioning is different, you get a lot of the same answers. So it's hard to say exactly how long this is going to go. We know that tomorrow there will be another expert witness on the stand. We're not getting witness lists. They're not telling us who is coming, but it just so happened at the end of the day today that the prosecution mentioned there will be another witness on the stand, a doctor who's flying in from out of state. So another expert witness, an expert in what area, they didn't indicate. But we can expect more of that tomorrow. Again, it could be another day-long witness tomorrow. In terms of the officers on the stand, the only one that we know that will be testifying is Thomas Lane, because his defense attorney mentioned in his opening statement that you will hear Thomas Lane tell you this. So there you go. He'll be testifying. As for the other 2, we don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, though, and that will certainly become a very interesting part of the trial. Their stories of what was going through their minds, what they saw, what they did, and what they thought they could or could not do in that situation.
No, that's definitely right, Rob. That would be quite interesting testimony. We'll be on the lookout for it. Rob Olson, as always, we appreciate your time.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, right now we do want to stay in the Twin Cities to discuss a story we have been following ever since it broke, and that is the Amir Locke case. Fox 9 Minneapolis reporter Theo Keith has a look at now this conversation about what to do about no-knock warrants in the Twin Cities. Here's a look at this push to maybe get rid of them.
Not even a week after the pre-dawn raid that killed Amir Locke in a downtown Minneapolis high-rise, Minnesota House Democrats called for new statewide restrictions on how police use no-knock warrants. Members of the Locke family joined in on a news conference conducted virtually Tuesday afternoon.
And we hope it happens, because we don't want another Amir Locke. We don't want of Breonna Taylor.
Democrats say their bill will be similar to one that failed a year ago. That bill would have banned no-knock raids except in the most serious criminal investigations, including first-degree murder. Democrats say it would have prevented Locke's death. But that's not clear, since it was a homicide case that brought police to the Bolero Flats apartments last week. I asked the bill's author about that claim.
I think that's a really fair critique of this, and that's one of the reasons why we're continuing the conversation about what we want to include and what we don't want to include as exceptions.
On Monday, Republican Senate Judiciary Chairman Warren Limmer said extreme measures like no-knock raids are sometimes needed to arrest dangerous people. Police groups who opposed last year's bill said it would have made a dangerous job even tougher. Lawmakers ultimately passed a smaller set of limits on how no-knock warrants are conducted.
And although we were successful at passing some restrictions in last year's budget, it is clear that those were insufficient and that we have more work to do.
All right, we thank Theo Keith there from Fox 9 for a look at that conversation happening in Minneapolis in the wake of the shooting, killing death of Amir Locke by those two Minneapolis police officers. Well, looking back on this, my colleague Daytona Everett spoke with a former law enforcement official about why exactly police officers and police departments utilize no-knock warrants and why they should stay and remain in place. Here's that conversation.
Once again, that was Fox 9's Paul Bloom. To further this conversation, I want to bring in Donald Schweitzer. Donald, thanks so much for being here on the show. You are a former law enforcement officer, have conducted no-knock warrants yourself. I want to start first with what it is and what type of preparation goes into a warrant like this.
Really good question, because people think that the cops just walk up to any door and just kick it in without knocking. That's not the case. There's usually a great deal of surveillance that goes into these type of no-knock warrants. Usually we know exactly who's in there. We know whether or not they're truly dangerous. We know what kind of weapons they have. And it usually involves the use of either informants or officers that are undercover to get this information. There's usually a staging area, and it's highly regulated. You know, contrary to this video, no-knock warrants save lives, and they also prevent the destruction of evidence. Yes, there's some incidents that have gone bad, but none of these claims that they're making are backed by statistics. I can tell you what is on the department, these things save officers' lives, and frequently they save lives of people that are in the dwellings, especially in SWAT situations.
In watching the video, which I'm sure you've seen, do you feel like something went wrong, or do you feel like they followed protocol? It's hard to say because you don't know exactly what happened before. That's what the investigation is going to be like. But what were your initial thoughts when watching the video?
Well, I saw it as a very unfortunate accident. You know, police work is very dangerous, and people that are involved in police incidents that are around what they do sometimes do get hurt, you know, but I don't think that it speaks of all of the incidents that go on almost every day throughout this nation where officers have to go through front doors. Front door is a very dangerous place. I mean, cops get shot there, and people get shot, you know, when they're being held hostage. You know, officers need a surprise element. There needs to be still a crisis entry. Yes, you could regulate it, you could limit it, but never think about getting away with it or taking this off the menu for police officers. They have to be able to do this in dangerous situations.
So you're saying that this is critical for these teams, these SWAT teams per se, to utilize the no-knock warrants to be ahead of the person or the persons inside. So what do you think if it is taken off the table, if it is banned out in Minneapolis and Minnesota, nationwide, how critical is it for those teams, and how different will it look for search warrants?
Yeah, Daytona, who's going to want to go through the front door? Who's going to want to be the key person, knowing that there's somebody with a gun standing behind there? You're going to knock, give them a notice that you're coming in there so that they could shoot you. You know, it just makes the job so much more hazardous, and it makes it impossible in critical situations. So, you know, it just doesn't make sense. You know, I've been through that front door. I was involved in an incident where, fortunately, I didn't get shot in the face because the search warrant was called off. But the guy who picked up the key the next day, serving the same search warrant, got shot in the face. I can tell you, it's traumatic, and it's very dangerous to make entry into these places.
So, by the way, I'm sorry about that. I know that's a traumatic situation, and there's definitely two sides to this story right now. We're seeing violence against first responders, police officers, just rampant right now in cities across the country. And so utilizing things like this to protect themselves, I know, has been huge for officers in the past. So if you could just expand a little bit more on the no-knock warrants, how they are supposed to be initiated, and where possibly this could have gone wrong. And then with that, there's going to be a legal battle ahead. So the possible case for these officers who did come in and did end up shooting Amir Locke.
Well, you know, if you enter a dwelling and somebody's making furtive movements, I mean, that puts the officers in danger and it puts the person. And unfortunately, there are circumstances where people are going to be shot, that, are innocent. It rarely happens. That's why I say that the defense attorney that was on TV that's talking about how these things are chaotic and they're destroying lives. The no-knock warrants are just horrific across the nation. There's no statistics that support that. It's very rare that there are accidents. They do happen. There are mistakes. And, if you go into this particular situation, which I'm not intimately familiar with, but you could just look and see that there was a mistake made. It wasn't an intentional killing. And statistically speaking, I would challenge the attorney that says that this happens a lot, because it doesn't.
What do you see as next steps in the future for best practices for no-knock warrants, or the possibility of not having no-knock warrants? How do you think this is going to affect departments moving forward?
Yeah, Daytona, always better training. Officers could always use better training, and there could always be better regulations and management. In my day when I was on the street, we would go into homes with no knocks because we were looking to prevent people from destroying evidence. Typically, that was drugs that were being flushed down in a toilet. Mm-hmm. It'd be a race to the toilet, right? And you come in there and there'd be marijuana leaves floating on top and stuff. Those days really those things don't have to happen anymore because of the decriminalization of drugs. I don't think officers are now chasing after people as much as they did before like that. And you can't destroy large quantities of drugs. You really can't destroy guns and things like that. So it could be regulated more. We don't need to do it probably as much as we did in the 80s when we were in that drug war, and there was no, drug courts or anything like that.
Right. Also important to note for people who are not familiar with the Amir Locke case, he was not a part of the search warrant. He was inside of this room, which the search warrant was a part of. He was unaffiliated with the homicide investigation that they were looking into. And so there is a lot of anger and frustration on the opposite side of things, in which the family has gotten representation to move forward and calling on the officers to step down. What is your response to that? Step down or be fired?
Well, I don't think that that's warranted. Like I said, it's an occupational mistake. From what I understand, again, I'm not intimately familiar with it, but there were furtive movements. This man was on the couch. Officers have to make decisions split second. If they're in there on a no-knock warrant, that means that somebody believed that it was very, very dangerous walking in there, and it just happened to be this case. A lot of times officers have to have a perimeter around a place and call people out. That's that's what's necessary a lot of times to avoid these type of situations. Again, I'm not intimately familiar with it, but it's not beyond, reason to think that there could have been an accident based upon a split-second decision.
Yeah. the St. Paul Police Department originally filed for a standard search warrant, not utilizing the no-knock warrant. And then the Minneapolis Police Department overruled that and said that we don't want to do it unless it is a no-knock warrant. So they moved forward with the no-knock warrant. They're also facing a little bit of scrutiny by the way that they came into the room. They say that the officers kicked the couch, which then they say startled Amir Locke, and they say anyone in their right mind would be startled from waking up in that way, and that it was almost initiated by these officers.
Look, once they're making an entry, they're going to be rough when they go in there. They're going to be bumping into things. They're not going to be really nice guys or gals coming in there, because it's the element of surprise, and it's also to shock people, to paralyze them basically, so they can be arrested and not do something dangerous. That's done intentionally. But I think really what needs to be discussed is that there should be a debate, a discussion ahead of time as to whether or not it's necessary. I was involved in some of those debates when I was a police officer. Going into places, do we need to go in an aggressive way, or should we just set up a perimeter around and pull people out, especially when there's small children that are in there, people that are innocent. But that's a case-by-case thing. And like I said, officers could be trained better, departments could be highly regulated, but never get away with it, because then you're not going to have the ability of going in and rescuing people, the way that our SWAT teams do.
Right. Last question for you, Donald. Thank you so much for explaining this and breaking it down, because people like myself have no idea what it's like to initiate a search warrant and be confronted with environments like you have. So my last question for you is, what is a split-second decision? What is that like, being on the opposite side of things and heading into an environment that you're not sure what it's going to be like? Just share that with people who are watching right now.
Things slow down. Your breathing gets heavy, your heart's pounding in your chest. You're still maintaining control because of your training and experience. You haven't stopped thinking, but you're really relying on your training and experience to make that split-second decision. Officers are a lot like professional athletes, where once they get into the heat of a moment, it's their training and their experience that kicks in, and it's reflective. So if somebody's coming in and they see furtive movements and it looks to them like in that split second that they're in danger, they're just thinking about survival at that point. And that's why I say is that there can be accidents in these situations. Most likely that's what happened here.
All right. Donald Schweitzer, thank you so much for joining us here on the show and sharing your experiences in dealing with similar situations to this, or the exact situations. It's really great to be exposed to all parts, because this case is going to be moving forward.
Yes. Thank you, Dakota.
Okay. Thank you so much. And we are going to...
All right, interesting conversation there for a perspective of why law enforcement utilizes and deploys no-knock search warrants, and what it means for police officers when they are going to execute a warrant there. So we wanted to offer that perspective. It's important as well as we continue to cover the case of Amir Locke, and we'll be getting more periodic updates, hopefully throughout the week here, as tensions are rising in the Twin Cities. Those were Paul Bloom's words to me just a few minutes ago about this case and how protesters and activists are responding in the wake of this. Hopefully we'll hear from Mayor Fry possibly later this week, or law enforcement officials, about what are the next steps in this investigation. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Tuesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we have a lot more headlines left to get to. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a Live Now look outside of SoFi Stadium in California as Los Angeles gets ready to host Super Bowl 56 between the Rams and the Bengals. We have some video of the Bengals players arriving in Los Angeles today. There you can see them getting off that Delta flight. But earlier today, officials held a briefing, security officials talking about preparations they are undertaking to make sure the Super Bowl goes off without a hitch. Mayor Garcetti was in attendance. Also, the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas was there as well, talking about all the measures they are taking. Let's play out some of that for you from earlier.
Go ahead and get started. We are going to remain masked, so we'll try and speak loudly and clearly so that you can hear us. I'm Kathy Lanier. I'm the Chief Security Officer for the National Football League. I'm joined here with my colleagues from the federal, state, and local government that are here working in partnership with us for security for the upcoming Super Bowl and all of the other related Super Bowl related events. We arrange this press conference every year to talk about security. We do that so that we can make sure that our friends in the media and the local community and our fans know the best way to get in, out, and around all of our events safely. So the point of this press conference is really to talk about the security around those events. And you will hear from a multitude of speakers all the different elements that go into that. So I'd like to keep our questions while we're in this press conference specifically to Super Bowl and Super Bowl related events. If you do have other questions for any of the panel members, we'd ask that you ask those questions once we leave the stage and do those questions individually. But this press conference is designed specifically for our security around the event. So, with that said, while the Super Bowl has once again been designated as a SEER 1 level security event, a special assessment rating 1 level event, we do not have any known specific credible threats towards the event. However, you will, as always, see an increase in security presence, and there is a multitude of different agencies that will be assisting us from the federal, state, and local government and from the region. I'll try and introduce as many of those partners as I can today, and many of them will be speaking here. More than 40 federal, state, and local agencies have participated in the development of the security operation around the Super Bowl and the related Super Bowl events over the past 18 months, and I'd say for this event it's been more like 2 years. We've been family. So almost 2 years we've been working on these events. That has entailed a lot of extensive coordination, planning, training, and exercises. So I will say that this is one of the most prepared local jurisdictions that I've had the pleasure to work in. LA County, LA City, Inglewood, everyone works really well together, and it's been a pleasure to work with them. And before I turn things over to our distinguished speakers, I want to just provide a few key points from security perspective for the fans that are going to be joining us on game day specifically. So each of our events is accompanied by COVID protocols that are based on requirements by the city or the county. So every event has their own COVID protocols. I will give you a website where you can go to and find all of those specific protocols for each event. In short, for game day, anyone over age 5 and over must provide proof of full vaccination or a negative test in order to enter. You should have your vaccine verification ready when you're ready to enter. It'll make your entry much smoother. On the website, it'll tell you what type of documentation will be accepted. So again, preparation in advance will help speed your entry into the game. Those that are 18 and older must show a valid ID with their proof of vaccination. Masks will be required for everyone over the age of 2 while inside of the stadium, while on all transportation systems, regardless of vaccination status. Vaccination status, proof of vaccination status is defined as having received both doses of a 2-shot vaccine or a single dose of a 1-shot vaccine, with the final shot being administered more than 14 days before the start of the event. 14 days prior to the Super Bowl is January 31st. You can find all the documentation again on the websites that I will give you at the end of the conference. The best advice I can give you is plan your day now. If you are coming to the Super Bowl, plan your day now. There will be no additional parking available at the stadium, so your options are going to include shuttles, ride shares, metro, or walking. So these are your options to get into the stadium. So we suggest that you start doing that research on how you're going to get there now. You can find all the information that you need on transportation options and parking at parksuperbowl.com. That's parksuperbowl.com. Look, like any major city, traffic on a normal day in LA can be a challenge. Please understand that it will be a challenge on game day. We're asking that you plan your trip ahead, come early. Our gates open at 11:30, and there's lots to do once you come inside the footprint. We have Game Day Fan Plaza, a lot of entertainment, so there's plenty to do. So please take the time to make your plans and come early. Also, I encourage you to review the prohibited items list. If you've come to a regular season game, you're familiar with our prohibited items list, you know what you can and can't bring, take a quick review again at the website. We are sticking with our traditional clear bag policy, so clear bags only will be allowed into the stadium. These are clear bags that are 12 by 6 by 12. This is a normal game day policy. Just a reminder, because we do get a lot of people from out of town for Super Bowl. If you want to breeze through security, less is more. The less you bring, the faster you go through security. We have lots of entry points. We can get you through very quickly with the technologies that we have, but the less you bring, the faster you will move through. As always, this is a no drone zone. I know there'll be some more talk from our partners up here about drones, but drones will be prohibited under a TFR, or a flight restriction, around our stadium. So the 30-mile restriction for 1 hour before to 1 hour after the game, and then a smaller restriction area for the week leading up to the game. We'll have a smaller restriction for drones around the area. So you can find out what you're allowed to do in terms of drones by going to the FAA website. It'll show you where those restricted areas are and when they go in place, so you know whether you can operate your drones safely. But I would say 30 miles around the stadium on game day, no drones, please. All right, so now to our distinguished guest. I will start off with the Secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary, U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Secretary?
Thank you so much, Kathy. Let me start on a personal note, if I may, before I speak of all of the tremendous work to ensure a safe, a secure, and enjoyable Super Bowl 56. My family's journey started in Cuba to Miami, Florida, and ultimately to Los Angeles, California. As a young child, every single night, I laid my head to rest on a Los Angeles Rams pillowcase. I would find it incredibly inappropriate to imply any favoritism for either of the teams that play on Sunday. Let me share with you, first and foremost, my gratitude to Kathy Lanier for her leadership in ensuring a safe and secure Super Bowl, and also Chief Fonterrata of the Inglewood Police Department. We in the Department of Homeland Security support local law enforcement and local emergency personnel ensuring a safe and secure Super Bowl. And Chief Fonterrata and the Inglewood Police Department are the lead law enforcement agency in making sure Sunday is successful. Kathy articulated very clearly, and it is absolutely true, we have no information of a specific credible threat against the Super Bowl. What this is all about is planning and preparation to prevent any incident from occurring. And it requires the dedication and the tireless work of extraordinary personnel in law enforcement, in the security environment, to ensure that that remains so. We in the Department of Homeland Security have dedicated more than 500 individuals from across the department to this effort that, as Kathy stated, started well more than 1 year ago. We are taking measures that are both seen and unseen. Of course, we have our personnel ensuring the screening of everyone and everything that enters the perimeter of SoFi Stadium. We also are ensuring the safety of land, sea, air, and the cyber environments. It is the U.S. Secret Service, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the Transportation Security Administration, FEMA, the Office of Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, to make sure that explosive devices do not enter the perimeter. We do so much that people will see in terms of physical security, and so much behind the scenes that people will not see but that they will understand as they continue to enjoy an extraordinary Sunday, February 13th. There are two efforts that I would like to just pay special attention to for a moment. One is the fact that we combat human trafficking at an event like this, where people from all over the world come to enjoy peacefully this special event. We are aware of the fact that there very well might be nefarious actors that prey upon vulnerable children and other individuals in one of the greatest scourges in crime that we see around the world, and that is the crime of human trafficking. We have our specialists working with local law enforcement to make sure that no perpetrators accomplish their insidious mission. In addition, Homeland Security investigations in ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, make sure not only that people enjoy this event, but they also ensure the integrity of the marketplace. We combat the trafficking in stolen and counterfeit merchandise. It is a multi-million-dollar under-the-table industry that we're very focused on cracking down on. People who will enjoy the Super Bowl will also see a shout out to the public's partnership. It is not only that federal, state, local, and the private sector partner together to ensure a safe and secure Super Bowl, but we also need the public's vigilance. And that's why we say, if you see something, say something. If something unusual strikes you, do not be passive, but reach out to law enforcement, reach out to people whom you will see on the premises to make sure that we can match your vigilance with action. And with that, Kathy, I thank you and look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. While the state and local law enforcement is the lead here at this event, we get a tremendous amount of support from our federal partners, and this is what this is all about, is all of the public safety officials and entities working together to make sure we have a really solid security plan. So in that vein, Jesse Baker, who is the special agent in charge of the United States Secret Service, has been our federal coordinator, and Jesse has a few words for you as well.
Thank you. Several years ago, the world-famous singer Prince was on a stage just like this. He was invited by the NFL. He had a musical performance at halftime. Instead of taking questions, he turned around and started playing music. Now, I was going to do that too, but I'm wearing the wrong outfit. My drum kit didn't show up on here. Now, well, Prince doesn't need to introduce himself. I still do. So again, Jesse Baker from the Secret Service, and I'm happy to represent federal government here and the assets that we're providing. I also want to acknowledge Dan Baber and Keith Jeffries are my partners from TSA and from the Federal Air Marshals. Now, the federal government and law enforcement agencies have a lot of experience, tremendous knowledge, a lot of backgrounds that we have to share. They've done that since I love music so much. I compare it to musicians. They do really great alone, but you put them together where they play together and they're on the same sheet of music, they can really accomplish a lot. That's what we're looking to do here. Now, the public, as the Secretary said, has a huge role in that. We hear it. If you see something, say something, and it works. But sometimes people still delay. And why can that be? Well, remember when we're little kids, what do we hear? Don't be a tattletale. Then we grow up and we say, well, maybe someone else will do something. I don't know that I want to get involved. But remember, who's going to be at this event? Daughters, mothers, sons, and our brothers. The loved ones that mean the most to us in our hearts. That's who's there. And being there, wouldn't we want to do everything possible that we could do to ensure their safety and security? Well, I think of course we would. That's all that we're asking, nothing more and certainly nothing less. So when you know there's something there, we have some incredible professionals that are here. They're trained to do that job. Let's give them that opportunity. And remember, it's not about turning people in. It's not about punishment. It's about getting people help. That's what we want to frame it. It's about getting people the help that they need. Now, in the closing, I want to acknowledge a great quote that I think applies to the federal government as it comes here. It says, a team is not a group of people that work together. A team is a group of people that trust each other. I can assure you here from the federal perspective with these amazing partners we do, we have a great plan for Sunday. I'm looking for a safe and successful event. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. You can see why we love Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. So also on the federal side, we have Amir Locke, who is the special agent in charge of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. This is a partnership that exists every single day of state and local law enforcement. They literally live together 365 days a year, and they've been a tremendous partner for us here with Super Bowl. So I'll turn it over to you, Amir.
Thank you. Good morning. As Kathy mentioned, my name is Amir Locke, and I'm the Special Agent in charge for the Counterterrorism Division for the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I also oversee the Joint Terrorism Task Force, as just was mentioned. For the FBI, we're among dozens of agencies involved in security planning for Super Bowl 56. We've worked with everyone throughout the past year to be prepared and ensure that events at the Super Bowl are safe. We have many long-standing partnerships with local, federal, and state partners. We investigate cases together, we respond together, and we train together on a daily basis. Specific to the Super Bowl, we've conducted many exercises throughout the past year. We've worked through various scenarios to make sure that we have seamless coordination, communication, and that we're appropriately resourced to be able to handle any matters that come up. So I want you to know that we're prepared and we're ready to respond to threats 24 hours a day. However, as the DHS Secretary mentioned, the FBI, we also plan to kind of operate in the background. While everyone is out there enjoying the Super Bowl and the events, our game plan is to remain undetected. While you might not see us, rest assured that we're out there working with all the partners and that we are fully engaged. As mentioned several times, there are no credible threats currently to the Super Bowl or any related events, but we want to hear from anyone that has that witnesses any suspicious activity, including online suspicious activity. You can reach our FBI office in Los Angeles at 310-477-6565, or you can submit tips at tips.fbi.gov. Just want to end with an important message for the drone users out there. The Super Bowl is a no-drone zone, and there are temporary flight restrictions in place above and around SoFi Stadium on February 13th. Please do not violate these restrictions. Anyone who violates these restrictions will face consequences, and violators can be fined, their drones can be confiscated, any drone certifications they have can be removed, and they can even face federal prison time. As Kathy mentioned, go to the FAA's website at www.faa.gov. There you can learn how to register your drone, where you can operate your drone, and most importantly, where you cannot operate your drone. So the bottom line is leave your drone at home on Super Bowl Sunday. The FBI, our partners up here, and the FAA, we take these drone violations extremely seriously, and so should drone users. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, I'll introduce Mark Frontiata. He is one of my favorite police chiefs in the country. He has really taken on a huge role here. This is, if you've not ridden by the stadium in the last 24 to 48 hours, the stadium build-out is massive. It is no other way to describe the build-out just so far as massive. This all impacts his daily operations. He and his team have been amazing partners with us, have been with us every step of the way, and as was mentioned earlier, in partnership with everyone else, has put together a huge support for this operation. And I would be remiss if I did not mention at least Inglewood Mayor James Butts, who was not able to join us today, but sends his regards. And now I'll turn it over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Kathy. And as the DHS Secretary said, all of us here in law enforcement are very appreciative, especially of us in Inglewood. I want to shout out to my LA County Sheriff partners who have been very helpful during the regular season and certainly for the Super Bowl. I know that the DHS Secretary has dedicated a lot of resources to this event, and we truly appreciate that. I also have to mention as Kathy mentioned, my federal counterpart, Jesse Baker from the Secret Service. He's been just absolutely phenomenal. And the great partnerships that we have in this county are the strength of our safety for the public, and that has been brought to full bear here. What you will see is hundreds of officers deployed on game day and this week to secure the campus, and there'll be a layered effect of security that will come through all the way as you get to the gate. I know everybody's always interested in traffic, so as Kathy also mentioned, please go on the websites that she mentioned, but you can also go to the Inglewood City websites as well as the Inglewood Police Department websites for traffic options, and ride shares and using the metro system and shuttles, and will be very helpful. We would appreciate that. Pre-planning, as everybody's talking here, much like we have pre-planned for well over a year for this event. I'm very confident that we will bring a safe environment and that everybody has a memorable experience when they come to see us. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Next, Mayor Eric Garcetti, Mayor of Los Angeles. Sir.
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate it. And a good afternoon. First of all, let me welcome you back home, Secretary Mayorkas. If you had the pillow, I had the sheets. And growing up as a lifetime Rams fan, I couldn't be more excited to be a mayor, the city of Los Angeles, and to see the Los Angeles Rams playing in a Super Bowl we've been planning to host no matter who was in it. But now that we have the two best teams in the NFL, and I'm certainly partial to one of them, we are excited to welcome our friends from Cincinnati. I'll be welcoming the Cincinnati mayor here in a couple days. And we've been working together in the most integrated law enforcement environment in the United States of America, not just during Super Bowls, but whether it's the Oscars or Grammys, whether it's many of the big events that we do. I have to say that for the last 20 years as a local public servant, I have seen and witnessed what it means with our Homeland Security, FBI, Secret Service, each one of the agencies that Secretary Mayorkas mentioned. It is absolutely seamless. And that goes for the agencies that are here. Inglewood Police, our LA Sheriff, and as you'll hear from a moment from Chief Moore with LAPD. As you know, LAPD has been deployed here to make sure the fan experience, which is already breaking records in terms of the number of people coming here to the great Los Angeles Convention Center to experience the Super Bowl even before it starts. We've had LAPD deployed in and around LA Live to make sure this is fun, enjoyable, a safe place where you can take home a COVID test, where you can come and get a vaccination, and where you can feel what it means to host not just at one stadium for one game, but this entire week for Los Angeles to do what we do best, which is to be hospitable and to open everything up. So many dedicated law enforcement officials have been working for a long time. Our emergency management department and all the folks from our fire department, police department together. And I want to thank you all for being laser focused on keeping those steps together. We ensure a safe experience. By the way, on the no drone zone, it's always a bad idea to have drones around SoFi. I know it's in Inglewood, but it's right by LAX. And I'm sure those prohibitions are not just temporary. They're throughout the year in those flight paths. Just a bad idea ever. So let me just reinforce that our federal law enforcement officials have said as well. So let's go root for our hometown team. If you're Angelinos, welcome and be great hosts to those who are coming from out of town. And thank you for making that happen. I'll say very briefly in Spanish because I know there's a number of Spanish outlets here too. Hola a todos y gracias por venir. Quiero empezar por darle la bienvenida al secretario Mayorkas y a su equipo. Y estoy orgulloso de estar hoy con tantos líderes locales y federales de seguridad pública para discutir lo que podemos esperar el domingo. Y no estoy hablando de quién se queda con el trofeo Lombardi, eso todavía hay que ver. Aunque el alcalde Butts y yo nos sentimos muy optimistas de que ese trofeo se quedará aquí en casa. Y gracias, me estoy refiriendo a los, podemos esperar lo que será nuestra prioridad número uno, la seguridad pública de todos en el juego y todos en esta región. La buena noticia es que estamos listos en Los Ángeles, en Inglewood, en todas partes de esta experiencia. Y hay tantos profesionales de orden público y seguridad pública que han estado trabajando juntos por más de un año para prepararse para este evento. Este partido nos da la oportunidad de lucir nuestra ciudad y este estadio tan asombroso a millones de gente por todo el mundo. Finalmente, de nuevo, gracias a todos nuestros socios y vamos Rams. Thank you.
Thank you for getting everybody, our local market, all ready for us there, Mayor. Appreciate that. All right, now another good friend, one of the leading law enforcement leaders in the country, Michael Moore, the Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Kathy, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today and to speak briefly regarding the planning by the Los Angeles Police Department, by Emergency Management Department, by Chief Crumbley, Chief Terrazas from the Fire Department, by our Department of Transportation. The entire city family, working with the entire community of 4 million people of Los Angeles, are welcoming the NFL experience and enjoying what we believe is a world-staged event and one that will go down in history as one of the most successful events in NFL history. This has been, as has been said, an event that this department has been planning for with all of our public safety partners from a region that works together seamlessly each day, each week as we move forward in providing for the safety of a region of more than 10 million people. This past weekend is a prime example. This past weekend, when the NFL experience began, seeing record crowds here at this convention center, we saw hundreds of officers. We saw a number of resources that the public did not see that were providing a seamless experience that, as Secretary Mayorkas said, was safe, secure, and enjoyable. We intend to continue that process through the rest of this week and into next week in an eventual parade. So to that regard, what we ask the public to do is to find opportunities to enjoy this NFL experience, both at NFL-sanctioned events as well as unsanctioned events across this region. We expect that there will be a number of opportunities to enjoy a world-class game on a world-class stage known as Los Angeles. Plan ahead. Traffic across this region is a challenge, and it will continue to be a challenge as we find difficulties in getting the tens of thousands of people that are attending these events. But for every family that's out there, if you've not had an opportunity to walk through the NFL experience, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. The NFL, I'm just very impressed to say, has taken out all of the stops to provide for an experience here at the convention center that I believe is unmatched. And an opportunity for young people and old alike to be a part of LA history when they came and visited the NFL experience. Now, arriving here is a challenge, but there is Metro Rail just 2 blocks away that you can reach from all 4 corners of this region. Safely, efficiently, you can get access to this facility, enjoy it, and find yourself home hours later. I'll guarantee you'll be tired. With that said, as you get here, it is important that you pay attention to the restrictions and identification and ticketing that's needed for you to gain access. This is a safe and secure venue. There are layers of security, layers of provisioning so that people who reach here and reach inside here are going to be able to have a very enjoyable experience without fear or concern that some untoward individual is going to take advantage or somehow seize an opportunity. We're very mindful of those that would wish to disrupt this, and we're very attentive to ensuring that such an occasion does not occur. As has been said earlier, there is no specific or credible threat of any type to this venue or to the entire Super Bowl experience. We're grateful for that, and we're also ensuring that we're going to maintain that. As I close, I wish to also extend to all the Angelenos that while this is a substantial draw on all public safety resources across this region, we have ample resources. We have surged our departments and every public safety agency. We've canceled days off. Officers are eager to come and work this as an opportunity themselves to experience, as are firefighters and other public safety representatives. So be assured that your patrols in your local stations and your local areas are being staffed fully. There will be ample resources in our areas also to support a celebration that I believe is inevitable. And I will suggest to all of us that we look forward, have a wonderful week, and look forward to a great success here in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. I caught that parade twice, I think, over that parade. Good job, buddy. All right, and last but certainly not least, our good friend Jack Ewell, Chief Special Operations Division, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Jack?
Thank you, ma'am. The Sheriff's Department's role in this, world-renowned event consists of working under the direction of the Inglewood Police Department in and around the stadium to ensure that the event and in the region is the safest place in the United States on game day. We plan to deploy approximately 400 personnel to the area, which will include human trafficking specialists, crowd management specialists, hazmat personnel, tactical teams, tactical paramedics, and canine units. We'll also, we are increasing our transit services deputies onto the transit system throughout the county and actually in surrounding counties. As has been previously mentioned, the best way to get to the game is our very fine public transit system here in Los Angeles. Starting with Metrolink, which covers the surrounding counties to bring you traffic-free into the area. Metrolink comes in from Ventura County, Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside, and even San Diego County. So very efficient way to get to the area. Once you get into the county, County, again, we have an increased security presence on our MTA transit system, which includes rails and buses. The closest station to the stadium will be the Hawthorne station. On that particular day, starting at 10:45 in the morning, there'll be shuttles every 5 minutes from the station to the stadium, and again, the quickest, easiest way and safest way to get in and out of the game. I'd also like to mention our partners at Los Angeles County Fire Department will be working shoulder to shoulder with us to ensure that the game is safe, also from more of a medical aspect, anything that comes up in those regards.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to wrap up with just a couple of points and acknowledgments, and then we'll take questions. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge our fire partners who've been phenomenal, just phenomenal to work with. We often joke that the fire folks, if they'd scored higher, they'd be in the police department, but I have to say, I think we've got that a little backwards, because the planning that you all have done, I've been on the emergency preparedness calls with you and your teams, 125 people regularly. Have been LA County and LA City. Thank you very much. We'll get back to teasing you when the game is over, but for now, you've got all love and respect from us. Also, the 2 points that I think, I also want to mention LA City Emergency Management, who's also been part of those emergency preparedness calls to help us plan for all of these events. So thank you for your participation and support. The 2 points that I think have been made very clear here. One, plan ahead and drive. Don't plan on driving. There's really no place to park. Figure out.
Okay, so we just wanted to play some of that event in California today with security officials who saw the mayor of LA, Eric Garcetti, DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and also chief of LA law enforcement agencies out in full force there, talking about the security measures that are being undertaken to ensure Super Bowl 56 goes off without a hitch. We also have this LiveNOW look outside of SoFi Stadium. You can see there. We're also showing you members of the Cincinnati Bengals as they arrive today in Los Angeles, ready to play the game on Sunday. Let's head out now to Fox 11 in Los Angeles, and they're talking about counterfeit merchandise, what you need to know if you want to buy some swag from the Super Bowl.
That it's a victimless crime. Well, the Homeland Security says you should think about it again. In fact, they say some of that stuff is used to fund gang activity. And we were invited along today when they went out on their mission.
At this point, it's bigger than drugs, bigger than guns, bigger than human smuggling.
It's almost 11 a.m. Monday morning, and Fox 11 is the only camera allowed as determined Homeland Security investigators head out looking for counterfeit merchandise during the busy Super Bowl week.
That guy with the bags in his pocket. Yeah.
We entered the swap meet on Redondo Beach Boulevard in Gardena.
We're doing a spot check for counterfeit merchandise, right? We're not here to arrest anybody anymore. Right?
The officers are armed and wearing jackets that identify them as Homeland Security Police. 30 minutes pass by as special agents pore over piles of jerseys and other clothing bearing the names of professional teams, including those playing in this year's Super Bowl. Like detectives, they gather intel and sniff out clues to see if these goods are the real deal or counterfeit.
The quality of stitching, the quality of the logo, just the overall quality of the apparel itself.
Turns out they're phony. Poor stitching and a hologram that fails to show the clothing is authentic are dead giveaways. The vendors say in Spanish that they thought they were legitimate. They bought them from a closeout sale of a reputable store. The husband and wife agree to remove the items from the sale table and get off with a warning from investigators.
So it's prohibited to be sold.
So le estamos prohibiendo que la venda, no puede venderla.
A couple of vendors down, a shirt with Donald in bold lettering is going for $30. That's not all that's bold. Investigators conclude the shirt is a counterfeit despite an NFL logo. They tell the employee to take down the shirts, which he does. Today's sweep puts vendors at this swap meet on notice that fake items passed off as legitimate will be sought out and merchants potentially prosecuted. This is not a victimless crime. Counterfeit merchandise has a sinister path.
You have anything from gangs to multinational organized crime that uses counterfeiting to make money.
Today's ride-along was all about gathering information. As you can imagine, this is one of their very busiest weeks out of the entire year. Laura Diaz reporting live from Gardena. Chris and Alex, now back to you in the studio.
All right, we thank Fox 11 there for an interesting look at what you need to know when you're going out to buy some of that Super Bowl merchandise, of course, ahead of the big game on Sunday. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're talking inflation yet again. Used cars. Prices are not going down. We'll have a live report in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Tuesday night. We have a lot more stories and headlines left to get to, but we've been continuing to talk about inflation as well. A little bit later tonight, we're going to be talking about high real estate prices as well in the housing market. But first, as you know, if you're planning on buying a used car soon, expect to pay more, and good luck finding what you might be looking for. The supply of cars is still low, and that's what's causing some of these higher prices. Joining me now live from Sacramento, California, Fox News multimedia reporter Giovanni Ligi has more on this story. Giovanni, good to see you. What have you learned?
Hey, good to see you too, Andrew. Well, here's the thing. Get this. It might not be until the end of the year when we start to see those prices start to come down. You even mentioned the housing market. Prices are up in so many different things, and cars are no exception. Both used and new cars have inflated so much over the past year. If you're looking to buy one, experts are saying it might be better off to wait.
Every time I look at a used car that I try to buy, I feel like my heart pumping so hard.
What used to be a parking lot filled with used cars for sale is now looking a bit empty because of supply chain issues.
It's very hard for dealers right now, especially used car dealers.
On another car lot just down the road, it's the same deal.
I compare it to real estate now.
Used car prices are up about 40% since the start of the pandemic. New car prices are up 12%.
It's kind of tough for the customers too to find a car that they're looking for. The prices keep increasing and the inventory getting smaller and smaller.
Experts say they don't expect prices to return to normal anytime soon.
New car prices will not be gaining like they have, but we also don't expect significant drops in new or used vehicle prices in the foreseeable future.
So what is behind those rising prices? A national computer chip shortage, shipping delays, and increased production costs.
Because they're paying more for labor and they're paying more for material. So it's kind of tough all the way around.
Used car dealerships say those prices are something they can't control.
The customer comes in thinking we're making these huge profits on vehicles when we're really not, because the auction prices are going up. And so therefore it's a domino effect.
Now, Andrew, consumers at the moment are paying more than the average retail price for new and used cars. So if you're planning on buying one, it could be better off to wait. You could save a chunk of change. Andrew.
Giovanni, from those gentlemen that you spoke with, what are they hearing from consumers who are in the market? Are they seeing a decrease in sales?
Absolutely. So they aren't necessarily seeing a decrease in sales. When I was out here talking to them, there were a few people that came through. They were looking at the cars. They had the reaction of, why are the prices so high? Why are we paying this much for a car? So I think that that's the reaction that a lot of consumers are having. But like the dealers are saying, it's not necessarily their fault that those prices are going up. Demand is higher, and that's just leading to more people paying more for used and new cars.
Definitely some sticker shock going on there for consumers. Giovanni Ligi,
Absolutely.
we thank you for that report out in Sacramento. We'll talk to you again. Okay, right now we do want to move on to some of these other top headlines on this Tuesday. We do have a live now look out of the White House at the moment. A lot of news there in Washington. We're going to be playing out the White House press briefing a little bit later on tonight. But let's head out to Washington and hear from Vice President Kamala Harris. She was speaking at an event earlier today talking about the administration's goals and efforts to shore up the child tax credit, to get it reinstated. Remember, it expired, and so we're going to hear the administration's efforts on that. Also, some news regarding the vice president's husband, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. He was at a speaking event today at a high school in Washington. Well, he had to get swiftly escorted out of that venue due to a security incident. We're also going to be hearing from D.C. police about what exactly happened. But first, Vice President Harris on the child tax credit.
I want to welcome everyone who is joining us anywhere and everywhere across the United States and further on what we have called Get Your Child Tax Credit EITC Day, or I should say Get Your Child Tax Credit EITC Day of Action, with the focus on action. The American Rescue Plan included a dramatic expansion of the child tax credit and the first ever monthly delivery. The American Rescue Plan also had a major increase for the earned income tax credit. Now, I am so old that I was here in 1993 at the White House when President Clinton created the first credit for workers without dependent children. I'm also old enough to have watched for 28 years as it was never increased once until the American Rescue Plan, until the Biden-Harris administration and Congress not only increased it, but tripled it to $1,500 and increased the eligibility for older and younger workers. And we finally, at long last, made lasting reforms for the children of Puerto Rico. Now, I will be direct. Everyone here wanted to be further at this point in having extended these two American Rescue Plan tax cuts. I assure you, no one in the Biden-Harris administration is not still fighting hard or has given up. But this day is about ensuring that all Americans eligible for the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit expansion receive them. Now, we knew from our first Child Tax Credit Awareness Day on June 14th that this meant implementation had to be both from the top down and the bottom up. We have learned together in meeting with groups across the country, in weekly calls, in deep dive meetings, that signing up everyone is challenging, that it requires perseverance and not only smart federal policies and additional funding, but smart outreach, navigators, human touch from trusted sources in trusted places. Every time we have improved our efforts over this last year. It was due to consulting and listening with many of you, the grassroots champions of the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. On this day of action, hundreds and hundreds of children's groups, nonprofits, foundations, advocacy groups for racial justice, rural communities, tribal government, Puerto Rico, foster youth, those with disabilities have again risen to the call and have pledged events and actions throughout the tax filing season to help everyone get the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. This includes mayors from across this country, from Mike Dugan in Detroit and Mayor Lori Lightfoot in Chicago to Daniel Levine Cava in Miami-Dade County. It includes a day of action event by 6 of our greatest congressional champions: Rosa DeLauro, Michael Bennett, Cory Booker, Reverend Warnock, Susan Delbene, and Sherrod Brown. It includes an all-of-government effort at outreach, at texting, at connecting people with our new childtaxcredit.gov. And these efforts go from Social Security Administration to the Department of Health and Human Services. It is truly a coalition for economic dignity. But if you're like me, nothing speaks more to the commitment of the Biden-Harris administration to the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit that the 2 women who agreed to be our champions today just happen to be the Vice President of the United States and the Secretary of Treasury. They are what you might call pretty high-level co-conspirators for economic justice. And this is not the first time, nor will it be the last, that they have worked together in this cause. They did not just wander into this auditorium. They have dedicated their lives to economic justice and reducing economic inequality. And while we have a special guest who's going to introduce the Vice President, I cannot fail to add one note to that introduction. In 2018, when Vice President Harris was Senator Harris, she was the principal author of the LIFT Act, which was one of the forerunners of the monthly payments. And I never saw anyone make a stronger case as to its importance for reducing predatory lending, reducing poverty, and lifting day by day, daily dignity. With that, I want to bring on one of those grassroots champions, one of the people who makes all the difference, of which nothing good can really happen without the efforts of people like this. Her name is Sharon Holquin. She has been a VITA volunteer since 2009. She is a dedicated volunteer, mom, grandma, and there's probably no one who better represents the people that are out there on this call today and more fitting to introduce the Vice President of the United States than Sharon. Sharon, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Holquin, and I am born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I have been part of the VITA tax communication community since 2009. From that time, I have learned so much about the earned income credit and the child tax credit. I had raised my son and my grandson in a part of this program. However, I have learned so much from the program, as well as they have offered a lot of other programs with it as well when you apply for your tax return. It's very important for everyone to know the value of how you can get involved to receive the earned income credit and the child tax credit as well for your children and your family. From this, I have learned how to.
All right, so we've been listening into this event for a little bit here about child tax credits, and we'll get back into that in just a moment, but it is the top of the hour, 6 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 8 o'clock out on the East Coast. A really beautiful shot coming in of SoFi Stadium as we are just days away from the Super Bowl. Don't worry, in about 15 minutes, we'll be speaking with Fox 11's Phil Schumann, who is standing out there, probably stoked about his assignment tonight. But the only other contender that I have for assignments tonight is Fox 10's Richard Saenz. Richard, thank you so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. You are there at the Waste Management Open, and things are starting to kick off. You have a beautiful shot behind you. Give us an idea of the energy out there and what to expect this coming week.
Yeah, I mean, this beats working for a living, doesn't it? I mean, it is a beautiful day here in the Valley. It was a beautiful day for golf. You had a lot of the golfers out here with practice rounds today. I kind of call this day the dress rehearsal because tomorrow you have the Pro-Am, and that's with two guys like Larry Fitzgerald and Bubba Watson and all these other guys out here practicing and having fun and kind of cranking things up. But today was kind of like a walkthrough, you know, in the NFL the day before a game. But tomorrow things get going, and then on Thursday it's look out, and away we go. And this year, the energy is even more amped because of last year. They didn't have it. So people are going to try to cram 2 years into one. There was already some day drinkers out here having a good time. You know, it's going to be fun to watch, and it's going to be a great field out here for the WM Phoenix Open, and the course conditions are absolutely fantastic. The amazing part to me is every year the Thunderbirds, who put this show on, the greatest show on grass, the People's Open, always seem to make it even better than the year before. And this year is no different. On the 16th hole, they had a concert the other day on the actual hole. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's already the most iconic hole in all of PGA, and now you have a concert out there. And then, oh, by the way, today was 25 years ago when Tiger Woods had a hole-in-one on that 16th hole. Everyone went nuts. And when you go back and you look at those old videos, there was nothing around there. There was no, you know, stands. There was nothing. People just standing there. That's the way it was when this thing first started. It's amazing to see how much it's grown over the years.
I know, it is so crazy. I mean, I'm thinking back to a year ago when I talked to you all who were out there, and it was a totally different feel. And I asked you guys to explain how big of an event this usually is. And like you said, I think this year they're making up for lost time and not being able to have it last year. Like you said, 16th hole, you got Thomas Rhett who's playing out there. They definitely know how to cater to their audience. That's amazing to see these big headliners. And then, of course, some Arizona legends coming out and already on the course today. Like you said, Larry Fitzgerald, Christian Kirk. Any other expectations of who might be showing up?
Yeah, the who's who of the entertainment and the golf world will be out here. A lot of people come to Scottsdale just for the nightlife. Then it's Super Bowl weekend, and you know LA's not too far away, so people dip in here before going to LA or come here after going to LA. Yeah, you name it, they're going to be here. And of course, Larry Fitzgerald's always the big draw. Christian Kirk is an interesting story because he's from here. He went to high school here, went to Saguaro High, so he came here as a fan, and now he's coming here as an Arizona Cardinal, and people recognize him for that. And it's just been really cool to see him grow, just like this tournament. Like, for example, right here behind me, you see these tents. This is the 1937 club. This is where the old scoreboard used to be, the old leaderboard. When people would come in on the 18th, you'd look up, and the leaderboard was right there. And now they've made it into 3 hospitality tents. It's like an all-inclusive. It looks pretty fancy. I don't know if I can get in there. I might have to drop Daytona's name, then maybe I can get in there, but I don't know. But it's pretty. It's just amazing to see how they just up it a notch every single year. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, there's some big-time VIPs. I'm not sure if I'm a part of that crew. I'd like to think so, but probably not. Well, of course, this is a golf tournament. They're competing right now. So let's talk sports for a second. Any idea of who could probably take the Open?
Yeah, well, Ricky Fowler is always one of the guys that plays well. And it's funny because you were talking about, oh, by the way, there is a golf tournament here. One year I was actually, had some time, and I said, I'm going to go to the 16th hole and just kind of soak it in. And you see some, college kids having a good time. They're getting a little rowdy. They're looking up at some girls at the level above them, and they're egging the girls on to chug their beer. And the girl's looking down at the guy. She's like, should I? She's egging them on, and they're begging her. She chugs her beer. Then the other girl chugs her beer, and I'm laughing, looking at this. And all of a sudden I hear, tink, and I'm like, oh, by the way, there is a PGA event going on right next to us. You almost forget that there's golf here, and that's the incredible thing is the level of play is just amazing. Photographer Brad Gass and I were just talking about going out to the driving range and just seeing the distance that these guys get. You know, they just launch the ball. And then, you know, you have, you know, Bubba Watson, who was out here with Larry Fitzgerald, and Larry Fitzgerald would tell kids, you know, tell him which way you want him to hit the ball. And he would be able to curve it to the left, curve it to the right. They'd say, oh, hit that tent, hit that flag. And it was just like him throwing darts. You know, if you love golf, come out here. If you love to have a good time, also come out here. It's 2-1, even though sometimes people are out here, they don't even know golf is being played, which is kind of sad when you think about it.
Yeah, really. Exactly. It's kind of like the Kentucky Derby, and everyone does need to pace themselves, though. I mean, it is warmer here in Arizona than across the country. We're even hearing that there's paramedics out and about today having to treat some people because it got too hot.
Yeah, and this year it is warmer than normal. A lot of times you'll have, you know, players teeing off a little bit later because they'll have frost in the morning. I don't think that's going to be the case this time around. And when the course is warm and dry, the guys can go for it. And this is the kind of course where the more aggressive you are, the better you play, which is very rare for the PGA. So I think the scores are going to be fantastic. And you're going to see guys teeing off on time, no delays. So yeah, get out here early, pace yourself, and make sure you drink a lot of water when you're out here.
Well, as I was, you know, heading out to you to your live shot, I was talking about who might have the better assignment tonight, whether it's SoFi Stadium getting ready, Super Bowl preps, or you at the Waste Management. I put out a poll on my Instagram, and I think this is really interesting. 35% of people said they would rather have a ticket for the 16th hole at Waste Management. 65% of people said they'd rather have a box suite at Super Bowl SoFi. What do you think?
Yeah, SoFi. I went to SoFi Stadium earlier this year just for fun to watch a game. It was the Raiders against the Chargers, and that stadium is beautiful. It's state of the art. It's amazing because it's a dome, it's covered, but it has like a breeze that comes in, and you feel like you're outside. So it's really, really cool stadium, and you know they're going to do it up. They're going to do a fantastic job. But boy, I don't miss that traffic over there, that's for sure, because getting in and out of that stadium was an absolute nightmare. I purposely got a hotel walking distance from the stadium, and I remember we were leaving and we saw everybody in bumper to bumper like, oh boy, we made the right decision. So if you're gonna go and you got a box suite, hey, have fun. You know, I've never been so happy to finish second place in my life, but I'll take this second place assignment any day of the week.
Yep, and not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but Super Bowl will be in Phoenix next year. Well, Glendale.
Exactly. Yeah, and on Fox, and it's going to be amazing. And that's when these guys here at the TPC really crank it up a notch as well, because that's when you really see guys want to come into town. That's when you'll see a guy like Tiger Woods maybe say, well, maybe I'll play in the Phoenix Open this year, because they already know they're going to just go right down the street to the Super Bowl. And some of the good players will purposely miss the cut and come in and play Thursday, Friday. They're like, I don't even want to play Saturday, Sunday because I'm going to the Super Bowl anyway. So it's pretty funny to see what happens.
Absolutely. All right, Richard, thank you so much. Excited for this upcoming week and into the weekend and Super Bowl this weekend. Big week for sports.
And by the way, I get paid for this. Don't tell anybody, but it's pretty cool.
I know, right? I know. All right, thank you so much. And let's go out to that live look. Again, a beautiful shot as the sun is setting out in Inglewood, California, SoFi Stadium. Stick with us because, like I said, in about 5 minutes here, we'll be going out live to Fox 11's Phil Schumann. There was a major press conference today. Secretary Mayorkas even making his way to California, talking about security preparations ahead of the big game. As we know, there are security concerns. This is a large stadium and something that they have not hosted yet before. So they have all hands on deck in order to make sure that they are good to go. So one more commercial break, and then we'll go out live to California for the very latest on Super Bowl Sunday. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studio. I'm Daytona Everett, as we're kind of running a bit of a sports block right now because there's a lot of sporting events across the country. We just spoke with one of our affiliates out here, Fox 10 in Phoenix. A beautiful live look as the Waste Management is kicking off here. Thousands of people flocking to the Phoenix, Arizona area, Scottsdale, Arizona, to head into town for this tournament that didn't quite look the same last year as it does this year. Already some big names making their way, including Larry Fitzgerald, obviously a legend in the Arizona area, played for the Cardinals, and also Christian Kirk, who is a local to Arizona here, born and raised, and also a wide receiver for the Cardinals. So we'll hopefully be speaking with reporters throughout the rest of the week here in preparation for the big golf tournament, and then heading over to SoFi Stadium. Gorgeous shot out there as we are just days away from the Super Bowl. Everyone probably preparing, putting their bets down on who they think is going to take it this year. Rams, Bengals should be at least a good game. But going back into the Phoenix Open, we had a pretty interesting take, a story angle on the Open itself. As we know, it is called the Waste Management Open, and they are saying that no trash is wasted at this. They're utilizing a pretty cool system to make sure that they are being eco-friendly as they have fun as well. Take a listen.
At the WM Phoenix Open, there are no trash cans in sight, only recycling and compost bins.
Every night, our trucks come in and take those to a local transfer station to actually double check the sorting too. So we make sure that if you accidentally get it in the wrong bin, we've got you.
This is all a part of their mission as a zero waste event. They have signs everywhere and it's all color coded, educating visitors on how to do it. Water bottles and plastic go into the recycling bin. Everything else, including plates with food on it, goes into the compost bin.
It's huge for the environment, and it's something actually you can do every day. The simple act of recycling, those items get turned back into new aluminum cans or other packaging. Plastic bottles, plastic water bottles, they can be made into shirts and hats and carpet, so it's pretty phenomenal.
Since 2013, 10.4 million pounds of waste has been diverted from a landfill and gone on to its next best use. In addition to recycling and composting, they store items for reuse, donate materials, and convert everything else into energy.
And once again, a live look out at the Waste Management Open as the sun is setting, 6:15 there in Phoenix, Arizona. So more to come out of this amazing tournament that is bringing in thousands of people through the rest of the week here. For now, we're going to go out to just some of those remarks from Secretary Mayorkas as we're turning our eyes now to California and SoFi Stadium. Inglewood, California, going to be hosting so many travelers coming in to the area here, and security is top of mind. Stay with us in a couple minutes. We'll be going out to a live report from down on the ground.
We have no information of a specific credible threat against the Super Bowl. What this is all about is planning and preparation to prevent any incident from occurring. And it requires the dedication and the tireless work of extraordinary personnel in law enforcement, in the security environment, to ensure that that remains so. We in the Department of Homeland Security have dedicated more than 500 individuals from across the department to this effort that, as Kathy stated, started well more than 1 year ago. We are taking measures that are both seen and unseen. Of course, we have our personnel ensuring the screening of everyone and everything that enters the perimeter of SoFi Stadium. We also are ensuring the safety of land, sea, air, and the cyber environments. It is the U.S. Secret Service, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the Transportation Security Administration, FEMA, the Office of Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, to make sure that explosive devices do not enter the perimeter. We do so much that people will see in terms of physical security, and so much behind the scenes that people will not see, but that they will understand as they continue to enjoy an extraordinary Sunday, February 13th. There are two efforts that I would like to just pay special attention to for a moment. One is the fact that we combat human trafficking at an event like this, where people from all over the world come to enjoy peacefully this special event. We are aware of the fact that there very well might be nefarious actors that prey upon vulnerable children and other individuals in one of the greatest scourges in crime that we see around the world, and that is the crime of human trafficking. We have our specialists working with local law enforcement to make sure that no perpetrators accomplish their insidious mission. In addition, Homeland Security investigations in ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, make sure not only that people enjoy this event, but they also ensure the integrity of the marketplace. We combat the trafficking in stolen and counterfeit merchandise. It is a multi-million-dollar under-the-table industry that we're very focused on cracking down on. People who will enjoy the Super Bowl will also see a shout out to the public's partnership. It is not only that federal, state, local, and the private sector partner together to ensure a safe and secure Super Bowl, but we also need the public's vigilance. And that's why we say, if you see something, say something. If something unusual strikes you, do not be passive, but reach out to law enforcement, reach out to people whom you will see on the premises to make sure that we can match your vigilance with action. And with that, Kathy, I thank you and look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. While the state and local law enforcement is the lead here at this event, we get a tremendous amount of support from our federal partners, and this is what this is all about, is all of the public safety officials and entities working together to make sure we have a really solid security plan. So in that vein, Jesse Baker, who is the special agent in charge of the United States Secret Service, has been our federal coordinator, and Jesse has a few words for you as well.
Thank you. Several years ago, the world-famous singer Prince was on a stage just like this. He was invited by the NFL. He had a musical performance at halftime. Instead of taking questions, he turned around and started playing music. Now, I was going to do that too, but I'm wearing the wrong outfit and my drum kit didn't show up on here. Now, well, Prince doesn't need to introduce himself. I still do. So again, Jesse Baker from the Secret Service, and I'm happy to represent federal government here and the assets that we're providing. I also want to acknowledge Dan Baber and Keith Jeffries are my partners from TSA and from the Federal Air Marshals. Now, the federal government and law enforcement agencies have a lot of experience, tremendous knowledge, a lot of backgrounds that we have to share. They've done that since I love music so much. I compare it to musicians. They do really great alone, but you put them together where they play together and they're on the same sheet of music, they can really accomplish a lot. That's what we're looking to do here. Now, the public, as the Secretary said, has a huge role in that. We hear it. If you see something, say something, and it works. But sometimes people still delay. And why can that be? Well, remember when we're little kids, what do we hear? Don't be a tattletale. Then we grow up and we say, well, maybe someone else will do something. I don't know that I want to get involved. But remember, who's going to be at this event? Daughters, mothers, sons, and our brothers. The loved ones that mean the most to us in our hearts. That's who's there. And being there, wouldn't we want to do everything possible that we could do to ensure their safety and security? Well, I think of course we would. That's all that we're asking, nothing more and certainly nothing less. So when you know there's something there, we have some incredible professionals that are here. They're trained to do that job. Let's give them that opportunity. And remember, it's not about turning people in. It's not about punishment. It's about getting people help. That's what we want to frame it. It's about getting people the help that they need. Now, in the closing, I want to acknowledge a great quote that I think applies to the federal government as it comes here. Say, a team is not a group of people that work together. A team is a group of people that trust each other. I can assure you here from the federal perspective with these amazing partners we We have a great plan for Sunday. I'm looking for a safe and successful event. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jesse. You can see why we love Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Also on the federal side, we have Amir Locke, who is the special agent in charge of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. This is a partnership that exists every single day of state and local law enforcement. They literally live together 365 days a year, and they've been a tremendous partner for us here with Super Bowl. So I'll turn it over to you, Amir.
Thank you. Good morning. As Kathy mentioned, my name is Amir Locke, and I'm the Special Agent in charge for the Counterterrorism Division for the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I also oversee the Joint Terrorism Task Force, as just was mentioned. For the FBI, we're among dozens of agencies involved in security planning for Super Bowl 56. We've worked with everyone throughout the past year to be prepared and ensure that events at the Super Bowl are safe. We have many long-standing partnerships with local, federal, and state partners. We investigate cases together, we respond together, and we train together on a daily basis. Specific to the Super Bowl, we've conducted many exercises throughout the past year. We've worked through various scenarios to make sure that we have seamless coordination, communication, and that we're appropriately resourced to be able to handle any matters that come up. So I want you to know that we're prepared and we're ready to respond to threats 24 hours a day. However, as the DHS Secretary mentioned, the FBI, we also plan to kind of operate in the background. While everyone is out there enjoying the Super Bowl and the event, our game plan is to remain undetected. While you might not see us, rest assured that we're out there working with all the partners and that we are fully engaged. As mentioned several times, there are no credible threats currently to the Super Bowl or any related events, but we want to hear from anyone that has that witnesses any suspicious activity, including online suspicious activity. You can reach our FBI office in Los Angeles at 310-477-6565, or you can submit tips at tips.fbi.gov. Just want to end with an important message for the drone users out there. The Super Bowl is a no-drone zone, and there are temporary flight restrictions in place above and around SoFi Stadium on February 13th. Please do not violate these restrictions. Anyone who violates these restrictions will face consequences, and violators can be fined, their drones can be confiscated, any drone certifications they have can be removed, and they can even face federal prison time. As Kathy mentioned, go to the FAA's website at www.faa.gov. There you can learn how to register your drone, where you can operate your drone, and most importantly, where you cannot operate your drone. So the bottom line is leave your drone at home on Super Bowl Sunday. The FBI, our partners up here, and the FAA, we take these drone violations extremely seriously, and so should drone users. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, of course, local officials all the way up to Secretary Mayorkas covering their bases when it comes to security concerns ahead of the big game coming this weekend. A live look from SoFi Stadium, a gorgeous shot out there as we're heading into 5:30 in Inglewood, California. Fox 11's Phil Schuman at that press conference today and joining us live from outside of the stadium. And Phil, you were able to talk to those officials about what their biggest concerns are ahead of the weekend.
Well, that's right, and there's some 36 agencies at the federal, state, and local level that have been working on this security plan for a couple of years. They have a lot of experience working together. Of course, Southern California, the site of any number of major events. We start this report with my conversation with the head of security for the NFL, former Washington, D.C. Police Chief Kathy Lanier. Talked to her about what she views as the biggest threat to this operation. As the person in charge, what would you say your priorities are, your biggest concerns are?
So because of the size of this footprint, obviously security, physical security is the number one focus.
That's NFL Security Chief Kathy Lanier. The promise is a safe and secure Super Bowl, aided by the public via this old but still valid message. If you see something, say something.
And it works. But sometimes people still delay. And why can that be? Well, remember when we're little kids, what do we hear? Don't be a tattletale. Then we grow up and we say, well, maybe someone else will do something. I don't know that I want to get involved. But remember, who's going to be at this event? Daughters, mothers, sons, and our brothers.
So yes, securing the perimeter of SoFi and the stadium important, but it's just one part of some 2 years of planning. Just like last year in Tampa Bay, there will be a massive visible presence of federal, state, and local agencies, both in the air and on the ground. In addition, significant resources behind the scenes that are not discussed, all of which will expand the scope of the security operation well beyond the stadium's campus, as it's called.
We plan to deploy approximately 400 personnel to the area, which will include human trafficking specialists, crowd management specialists, hazmat personnel, tactical teams.
It's about crowd management, keeping prohibited items out, vetting employees and staff, and intelligence work.
What this is all about is planning and preparation to prevent any incident from occurring.
So back live here at SoFi, 76 degrees as the sun goes down to the west up by LAX, Inglewood, just a few miles inland. You heard reference to the campus, the SoFi Stadium itself. We talked about this yesterday, Daytona. This is some 300 acres with the stadium behind me, the centerpiece of what's going to be a massive residential, retail, sports and entertainment complex. So just the physical perimeter is huge. And we're talking about everything from police officers patrolling the parking lot to prevent that kind of incident that we reported on last week. You remember with that 49ers fan, Daniel Luna, was apparently punched and fell down and remains in a coma after he hit his head in the parking lot. So we're talking about increased security patrols and police patrols in the parking lot, everything up to federal agents from the FBI and other agencies who work on counterterrorism preparation. So as is the case every year, this is what's called a SEER 1 National Security Event, Security Event Assessment Risk 1. It's the highest level. It means it has the full resources of the federal government to supplement state and local efforts. So they want everybody to have a good time. They want everybody in law enforcement to be breathing easy on Monday. And they are here in Southern California. They're hoping that security planners get right back to work planning a parade, because we have Rams, of course, participating in the Super Bowl this year, as you well know.
Yes, definitely. We know that. In speaking with community members and even business owners who are in the surrounding area, do they feel well protected with this coming in?
Oh, there's no question. I mean, this site will be the safest place in the world for the next week or so. What some of the local residents complained about, and to a lesser degree some of the business owners, is just the traffic. It's very difficult to get in and out of here like it is most stadiums on game day. And even though that Stan Kroenke and the Rams owner pretty much wrote a blank check in building the stadium and in the support around here, with a lot of money from Inglewood for infrastructure. The roads in and out are very crowded, and because what you see behind me, a lot of the Super Bowl preps, the tents, the workspaces, that takes up a lot of valuable parking real estate. So they're really emphasizing ride sharing, shuttles, and mass transit options. They want everybody to be able to get in and out of SoFi without too much stress and aggravation, and of course any security issues.
Right. And Phil, we talked about this the other day. This is kind of sort of a preparation for future events that are going to be held at the stadium too.
Right. They have the National Football, the NCAA Football Championship is coming here. They're hoping to get a World Cup, a soccer World Cup. They have like a WrestleMania event happening here. And also on a much larger scale, they anticipate the opening and closing ceremonies of the 2028 Olympics will be in Los Angeles. Will be right here in Inglewood. As I mentioned, the goal of all this is a huge sports, entertainment, and residential and retail city within a city, if you will. They're building a new venue for the Los Angeles Clippers across the street from the SoFi complex. There's a lot of development going on here. Inglewood Mayor James Butts uses the figure of 250%, Daytona. He said in the past decade, that's how much property values have increased here in Inglewood because of all the development and redevelopment they're doing.
Absolutely unbelievable. Well, we are getting excited for the weekend, and hopefully everything runs smoothly, as you said, and I'm sure we'll be speaking with you more about it as the momentum picks up.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, Fox 11's Phil Schuman live at SoFi Stadium, and he was talking about property prices in that area, specifically residential, just skyrocketing. Well, that is a similar sentiment to many cities across the country. When we come back after this commercial break, we'll be speaking with a real estate expert about just how affordable housing is right now. We'll talk timelines and what to expect if you're currently buying a home or maybe want to buy a home in the future. So should be an interesting conversation. Stick with us. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, a little after 6:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 8:30 out on the East Coast as we take you through all of the top stories of the day. And this has continued to be a top story, especially in thriving cities like here in Phoenix. I want to bring in Kirsten Jordan. She is the first female cast member of $1 Million Listing in New York. Kirsten, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. This is a major question that people have right now. Can I buy a house anytime in the near future? I know out here in Phoenix, many people are coming to the realization that it's probably a no.
You are absolutely right. We are seeing it here and we are seeing it across the country. There is a flight to affordable, anything that they can get as quickly as possible and they can move into. We're seeing it across markets that traditionally had more affordable price points, that also had builder product that needed to be moved because of previous housing booms and busts. And there is nothing left. There are jobs, people are working, people are making money, they're getting mortgages, mortgage rates are going up. It's compressing that more affordable inventory even more. And I don't think it's getting any better. We're not seeing it ease up anytime soon.
Okay, so break this down for us. Why now? Why are we seeing such a curb in supply of these houses and just insane prices?
Well, what happened was clearly we had this kind of boom that we weren't expecting that came out of the 2020 quarantine, where people started to realize that they needed more space, that they needed a different kind of home. And then as they started to think, well, I don't think I'm ever really going to go back to my office full time, or I'm only going to be coming in 2 to 3 days a week, you started to see a lot more displacement, a lot more change around where people are geographically. They no longer need to be as close to their office anymore. Mm-hmm. They no longer, in some cases, even need to be in the same time zone. They'd rather wake up early or stay up late in order to be able to work from where they want to be and have twice the square footage, maybe be in something that isn't necessarily that much bigger, but is better condition. We're seeing here in New York City, we're seeing people go deeper into the outer boroughs. We're seeing markets that haven't traditionally had that much activity, see luxury buyers come in there. And we're seeing that again across the country, especially in Texas, in Florida, you're seeing it in Phoenix, you're seeing it in all of these markets that traditionally had more supply.
Yeah, as you said, there's a mass exodus from places like New York City, which we're taking a live look at Statue of Liberty right there, a gorgeous shot, and then also a look from Chicago. So for cities like this, is that opening up opportunity for home buyers who do want to come in and maybe move in there?
Well, what's interesting about the cities is that there are the diehard city lovers who are staying in places like New York City and have doubled down. They've expanded their space. They've taken opportunities where they could find them. And what we're seeing is there's opportunity that we're still seeing in some of these other submarkets that haven't absorbed enough already. So for example, in New York City, we're seeing in Midtown that there's still some opportunity in some of these Midtown related markets. And then what we're seeing in the outer boroughs is that places like Long Island City, places like Queens that traditionally had more supply, had a little bit more trouble being able to hit those certain price points and have that kind of demand, are seeing demand that they haven't seen before, ever. And I just recently even put on a home that's a $5 million home in Long Island City. We have tremendous activity on it, and it would be the highest price trade in Long Island City history.
Wow, that's absolutely incredible. When it comes to demographics, though, is there a certain demographic of people who is struggling more than others? I think I was reading, people making $75,000 to $100,000, kind of that mid-tier market is really getting hit hard.
I mean, this is something that, of course, is not a new problem. As soon as the housing market heats up, the people who can pay a little bit more, who can put down that extra deposit, who can make the bid without the contingency, who can deal with maybe the appraisal coming in a little bit low, even though they had come in with a high bid, those are the people who are able to get what they want. And then everybody else is left with trying to find something that they can either go in on product that's a little bit lower priced than their budget because they know that it's going to get bid up. And again, for them, it also is difficult because they don't necessarily have maybe the liquidity to put down that extra down payment to be able to, go without contingencies or go out without inspections and all some of these crazy market conditions that we're seeing. Right. And so, specifically in New York City, that part of the market is moving into these outer boroughs. And I think we're seeing that across the country of them going into, other markets that have still some supply left.
For people who are 1 foot in and 1 foot out, do you have recommendations on whether to hold off from buying right now or to go ahead and pull the trigger while interest rates are the way they are?
There are so many strong economic indicators that we are still moving further into this housing boom. The other part that isn't being talked about as much is the institutional investing that are buying up rental properties across the country. And that is going to continue to displace the inventory that we're all trying to buy as end users. And so I do still believe it's time to get into the game and see what you can purchase and evaluate your options. And if it's a matter of not being able to afford anything that you're even remotely interested in, that's one conversation. But if it's really that you're waiting for things to cool off, you're probably going to be stuck waiting and having to buy something even more expensive in the future.
All right, well, that's great advice for someone who is maybe having cold feet a little bit. Obviously, don't break the bank and be financially savvy, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no reason to be house poor. Absolutely not. And, it is important to understand that there could be some, continued volatility here. But with what we're seeing with the rest of the indicators of actual supply, demand, and other demand that we haven't really seen in the past for housing supply that's supposed to be for end users, and then the shifting rental market where you have these institutional investors that are buying up rental properties, they're improving them a little bit and they're putting them on the market for even more, that traditionally, another 10-15% in rent, which is a big deal for people who are paying, this is a big percentage of their paycheck. Sure. And so I do see it not getting much better anytime soon. And if you can do it, you should do it.
All right, Kirsten Jordan, thank you so much. We appreciate you coming on the show. Again, the first female cast member of $1 Million Listing in New York. That's a pretty cool honor.
Thanks so much. Yeah, it was really, really good time, really exciting.
Yeah, love that for you. Okay, thank you so much. And we're going to keep it moving here, and we're going to dive into some of the other economic stories of the day. The president himself speaking about increasing manufacturing here in the United States. His remarks after this break.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm Jean McCarthy. I'm President Biden's National Climate Advisor. And on the stage, I am joined by Senator Granholm from the Department of Energy. I'm sorry, Secretary Granholm from the Department of Energy, Secretary Buttigieg from the Department of Transportation. We have Representative Jim Cooper from the great state of Tennessee. We have Brian Deese, who's the director of our National Economic Council, Celeste Drake, as the director of our Made in America program, and we have Mitch Landrieu, who is our infrastructure czar, and we also, of course, have the President of the United States, so we are ready. Listen, this is such an exciting day, and we're here to celebrate this day, and it's an exciting day specifically for electric vehicles in America. I just have to say we are all charged up. All right, that was a joke. And we're here to celebrate because we know electric vehicles are absolutely an essential tool if we hope to address our transportation sector in the emissions, both those that impact climate change, but also those that impact our families, our kids, because they impact air quality. But you may not know, unless you've driven an electric vehicle before, that once you drive one, you ain't ever going back, because their performance and the cost savings they offer to our consumers are absolutely essential as we move forward. It is what is going to make the transition to an all-electric future possible. And to support this, we're making historic investments through the President's bipartisan infrastructure law, including the build-out of a nationwide network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. And through the President's Made in America policies, we are spurring investment in American manufacturing. And you know what that means? It means good paying jobs, building electric vehicles and chargers with IBEW members leading the way. And it's exciting to know that we are going to make charging stations accessible across the entire country, whether you're in a rural or an urban community. So today, we are kicking off by allowing me the pleasure of introducing you to Jane Hunter, who is the CEO of Tritium. As a key manufacturer of electric vehicle chargers, Tritium is investing in our electric future. And that's a clear signal that our country has incredible opportunities ahead of us, and I could not be more excited, and we look forward to working with Tritium and others who are stepping up big time to advance our climate goals while creating high-quality jobs right here in the United States. Jane?
Thank you, Gina, and good afternoon, Mr. President, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg, and of course to Jim Cooper from Tennessee. It's a pleasure to join you all here today. I'm Jane Hunter, the CEO of Tritium, a global leader in DC fast charge technology for electric vehicles. It would be an understatement to say that this has been a very exciting month for Tritium. We listed on the NASDAQ. We rang the bell on Australia Day on the 26th, and now we have this opportunity to share Tritium's US manufacturing plans with the American people. Tritium is a great story of American-Australian partnership, continuing our two countries' historic alliance in world conflicts, trade, the environment, and technology. The Tritium mission is really simple. 2 words: electrify transportation. This vision of transport powered by renewable energy has inspired our team since 2012 when we built our first fast charger. A seismic technology change is on foot here. Electric cars, vans, buses, aircrafts, boats, these are the future of transportation. And for nations to prosper and gain economic benefit from this transition, they must be leaders in both the EV uptake on one hand and the supporting infrastructure and energy rollout on the other. Nations that are the forefront of this electric future will benefit economically and will see a very substantial improvement in human health and the environment by acting rapidly and with courage. And that's what America will achieve with President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. In the 1950s, the United States had the foresight to build the unparalleled US highway system. This administration's forward-thinking vision to electrify that system is going to help American families. It decouples the cost of running the family car or driving to work from the fluctuations of the price per barrel of foreign oil. With this charging network in place, Americans are going to have access to fast, safe, and reliable charging, enabling drivers to cross the wide open plains of the US, the mountains, the national parks, and navigate the metropolises from New York to LA. Tritium has global expertise manufacturing and installing fast chargers across 41 countries, and we applaud President Biden's ambitious goals of electrifying the federal fleet and the equitable deployment of a national network of 500,000 EV chargers. President Biden's transport electrification policies have contributed to enormous demand for Tritium's products right here in the US, and that directly led us to pivot and change our global manufacturing strategy. And today, we could not be prouder to announce that we'll be opening a US manufacturing facility in Tennessee, expected to begin production this fall. This facility will have an initial capacity to build more than 10,000 fast charger units per year, with room to expand to 30,000. The factory will create American clean tech jobs, employing more than 500 people over the next 5 years, and we thank the Governor and the state of Tennessee for welcoming Tritium Arms. Residents of Tennessee will be building our largest factory globally right here in the United States, assembling world-class, Buy America compliant fast chargers made in America and trucked across the continent. By enabling EV owners to drive anywhere, Tritium is going to help fulfil the US target for 50% of new cars sold to be electric by the year 2030, and will support US economic ambitions to grow onshore manufacturing in advanced technologies while also growing jobs that don't leave anyone behind. These can be trained up in just a few weeks. Let me finish up by saying that we're all privileged to be living in this time of an historic shift in the way transport is powered and autonomously controlled. A bipartisan law's been passed which will benefit all Americans and put America at the global forefront of this opportunity. A future with cleaner air, quieter towns and cities awaits the American people, along with more onshore manufacturing and jobs, fuel security, and cars which frankly are just a joy to drive and own. This administration's support for US-based manufacturing is a smart economic initiative that will drive companies to create American jobs, and Tritium's a great case in point of that. And we look forward to powering American EVs with American-made fast chargers designed and hardened in the world's toughest conditions down under. Tennessee, we can't wait to get started. And now it is my honour to introduce the President of the United States.
Jane, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I want to thank Secretary Granholm and Buttigieg and Gina McCarthy for being here today, and Congressman Jim Cooper, an old friend who did an awful lot to get this to go in Tennessee. And Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, he deserves credit as well. He wasn't able to be here today, but he worked hard to help make this happen. Another example of what America can achieve when we come together, Democrats and Republicans, to get things done. The new manufacturing facility of Tritium that's announced today is more than just great news for Tennessee. Yes, it's going to create more than 500 good-paying jobs in Tennessee, but it's going to deliver greater dignity and a little more breathing room to workers and their families, and it's going to have a ripple effect beyond and far beyond the one state. This is great news for workers across the country, for an economy, and frankly, for the planet. When we wrote and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, we included $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers, like the one Jane brought along today. It's a little thing, you can see. But all kidding aside, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg have been helping lead this effort from our administration. And later this week, we're going to announce a state-by-state allocation for $5 billion of the funding for these chargers. So states can start making plans to build out what will become a national network of electric vehicle chargers. Tritium's new facility is going to produce up to 30,000 of these chargers every year. They'll use American parts, American iron, American steel, and they'll be installed up and down the highways and corridors in our communities all across the country by union workers from the IBEW and the Electrical Workers Union. So the benefits are going to ripple to thousands of miles in every direction. And these jobs will multiply in steel mills, small parts suppliers, construction sites all over the country in the years to come. And it's going to help ensure that America leads the world in electric vehicles. China has been leading that race up to now, but this is about to change, because America is building convenient, reliable, equitable, national public charging networks. So wherever you live, charging an electric vehicle will be quick and easy. And the foundation will help American automakers set the pace for electric vehicles, which means even more good-paying jobs producing batteries, materials, and parts. That's also going to help save hundreds of billions of gallons of gasoline over time, saving an average driver who chooses an electric vehicle up to $1,000 every year on fuel, making our country more economically competitive, lowering air pollution, and keeping families healthier as we tackle the climate crisis. Here's the key point. Announcements like this don't happen by accident. They require a vision and a commitment to build a future that's made in America. I made it clear from day one, when the federal government spends taxpayers' dollars, we're going to buy American. American products made in America, including American component parts. That's why I established the Made in America office at the White House, led by Celeste Drake. She's here on the stage. Where is Celeste? There she is. Celeste Drake. To ensure that the $1 trillion we're investing in infrastructure is spent on American workers and American manufacturing. On the way over here, by the way, I was talking with Gina. We were talking about, we have how many vehicles in a fleet, Gina, roughly?
600,000.
We have 600,000 federal vehicles that the federal government owns. They're going to all end up being electric vehicles. Electric vehicles. That's what it means to finally make Buy in America a reality and not an empty promise. It means bringing manufacturing jobs back and building supply chains here at home so we have better jobs at lower prices. And it means a federal government that just doesn't give lip service to Buy America, but actually takes action, investing in innovation and manufacturing, which powers up companies like Tritium to do what they do best, create great products and good paying jobs. That's been my approach from day one. And now we're seeing the results, beginning to see the results. My first full year as president, the economy created 6.6 million new jobs. 6.6 million. That's never happened before in American history. And that includes 375,000 manufacturing jobs. 2021 saw the highest increase in U.S. manufacturing jobs in nearly 30 years. And let me give you one example. A few weeks ago, the CEO of Intel, Pat Gelsinger, came to the White House to announce a new $20 billion semiconductor factory that they call a campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. I had the two senators from Ohio here standing with me, one Republican, one Democrat, creating 7,000 construction jobs at that facility and 3,000 permanent jobs running the facility with an average salary running the facility at $135,000 a year. Those semiconductors, microchips, power virtually everything in our everyday lives. Cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators, the internet, the electric grid. Without semiconductors, those things cannot fully function. So the spinoff of this is that we're going to create thousands of additional jobs, helping build America's products here in America. Manufacturing automobiles and appliances and so much more. And it's going to help ease inflation. One of the reasons automobiles cost so much is they're responsible for 1/5 of the recent inflation is because they lack semiconductors. They're not able to build them quick enough, so the price goes up higher because there's fewer to sell. Intel's announcement helps us fix that problem. And Intel isn't alone. Since 2021, companies have announced investments totaling more than $200 billion in domestic manufacturing here in America. From iconic companies like GM and Ford building out new electric vehicle production to Tesla, our nation's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, to innovative younger companies like Rivian building electric trucks or Proterra building electric buses, which I saw at a virtual tour last year when I met with the CEO virtually, and they really impressed me. These companies joining Intel, bringing microchip manufacturing back to America after decades of decay. From Texas Instruments to Samsung in Texas to TSMC in Arizona, we're seeing the beginnings of an American manufacturing comeback. This is not hyperbole. This is real. This is genuine. This is real. You've heard me say all along when I was running and since I've gotten there, the world's at an inflection point. Things are going to change in big ways. And this is one of those transition moments. 2 weeks ago, I went to Pittsburgh, where the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American-made electric battery locomotives in history, built by American workers in Erie, Pennsylvania. And these locomotives aren't only going to be sold here in America and take a heck of a lot of pollution out of the air. They're going to be sold in countries around the world. They're going to be buying them, just like they're going to buy American-made electric cars. And just like we heard last week when Boeing announced $20 billion deal right here in the White House to sell American-made aircraft to one of the major airlines in the Middle East, Qatar Airways, supporting tens of thousands of good-paying American manufacturing jobs. So we're seeing the same thing in planes, trains, and automobiles. Other countries recognize what's happening here. They want to buy American as well. They're ready to bet on America and American workers, workers who built the middle class, earning good pay and benefits and the right to organize. Today's announcement is part of the drumbeat of jobs resurgence like more than anything we've seen before. And by the way, House of Representatives passed a bill on Friday providing over $90 billion for research and development, manufacturing all those elements of the supply chain needed to produce end products right here in America. We can keep delivering more announcements like this one. And the House and Senate are working to deliver a final bill to my desk. The bottom line is the United States is in a position to outcompete the world once again. And I look forward to working with the governors, Republican and Democrat, to keep that drumbeat going. So let's keep coming together to invest in the backbone of America, and American manufacture, and the workers who make it run. Because when we do, there's no limit to what we can achieve. None. Thank you, and may God protect our troops. We got a lot to look forward to. Thank you very much.
President, how was Macron's meeting with Putin? How was Macron's meeting with Putin, Mr. President?
Trinidad is building a right-to-work state. It's a right-to-work state. No union, sir.
President Biden earlier at the White House, they're being questioned about the meeting between Putin and Macron obviously, we've been covering the situation with Russia and Ukraine lately in conversations. The German chancellor coming to the White House just yesterday and having his own conversation with the president. We don't know a whole lot about the conversations that have been they've been having, these high-profile meetings, but we have been following that news, and we'll be getting a little bit deeper into that later in the evening here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to alert you to the story that we were tracking for most of the day today, the preliminary examination in the case against James and Jennifer Crumbley, starting today at an Oakland County courtroom. The parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter, Ethan Crumbley, were each charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter days after their son was arrested for allegedly shooting several people at Oxford High School on November 30th. 4 students died in the shooting and 7 others were seriously hurt. A preliminary exam is when a judge hears evidence presented by the prosecution. This includes documents, physical evidence, and witness testimony. In this case, there's a mountain of evidence and witnesses involved, and it's expected to take more than 1 day, or it was expected to take more than 1 day. It has since been delayed, and we'll get into that. The prosecution did open today's exam with a horse farm owner from Michigan. Kira Pennick was the first to testify in the case, and her account was mostly focused around the horse farm and how the Crumbleys came to have their animals boarded at her facility. Pennick said that she first met Jennifer through a mutual friend who housed the Crumbleys' first horse. She testified that Jennifer purchased another one and told her that she was drinking when she bought the horse for $5,000 in 2021. So a lot of the questions surrounding the horse and the purchases of the horse, but it also turned into kind of some exposing comments about the marital problems between James and Jennifer Crumbley. So we'll hear from Pennick here as she answers questions from the prosecution about this case. We're going to play it out for you in full here on Live Now.
Amanda, just if you try to match the volume of my voice, then you should be fine so everybody can hear you. You're employed at a real estate management company?
Yes.
And what is your title or position there?
Administrative assistant.
Okay, and who are you an assistant to? One person or more than one person?
One person.
And who's that?
Andrew Smith.
Okay, and where is your, do you have an office or a desk?
A desk.
Is it cubicle or just?
I would say a cubicle.
Okay. And do you know Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Do you know James Crumbley?
No.
And do you see Jennifer Crumbley in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you describe something she's wearing for the court?
A striped top.
Okay. May the record reflect that she's properly identified Jennifer Crumbley.
No objection. So noted.
How close in proximity was your workstation to Jennifer's?
Very close, across the hall.
All right. And was she in an office or a cubicle?
An office.
Okay. And were you and Jennifer and are you and Jennifer friends?
No.
Okay. How would you describe your relationship?
Coworkers, friendly coworkers.
Did you ever socialize with her outside the office?
No.
And did you have opportunities to interact with her on a daily basis?
At work?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And would you share personal details about your lives together?
On occasion.
To each other?
Yes.
Okay. Who did more of the sharing, you or Jennifer?
Jen.
Okay. And did she share with you any personal problems that she was having?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me an example of something? You have to speak up really loud, or take your mask off so we can see. But you can keep the mask on. We just need to hear you.
Marital issues?
Okay. And did you know who her husband was? Did she talk about him by name?
Yes.
And who was that?
James.
Okay. And when did that come up?
Occasionally.
Approximately what year, what month?
2021. She spoke with him occasionally, just, throughout the time I've known her, but more in detail over 2021.
Okay. And is this something that she would talk to you about because she was upset or in passing?
Both.
All right. And what, aside from things that she said to you, were there any other signs that there was a dispute or conflict between James and Jennifer?
Outside of her talking to me about it?
Yes.
There would be loud phone calls occasionally, but that was about it.
I'm sorry, what?
Loud phone calls occasionally, but other than that, no.
Loud phone calls that she would keep the door open?
Sometimes.
And-
Usually it would be shut or almost shut, but you could still hear through the door.
You could still hear the conversation behind a closed door?
Yes.
Okay. You said they were having marital issues. What exactly did she tell you?
That both her and James had been seeing other people outside of their marriage.
And was that something she was happy about?
Not at first, but then it didn't seem like it was an issue.
Okay. Did she tell you that they were still together?
They had separated for a moment, but then it sounded like they had gotten back together.
And when they separated, do you remember when, about a month or year that was?
It was 2021, but I don't recall the month.
Did they separate households?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And was there any other indicator to you that there were other relationships going on than just with her husband?
Yeah.
What was that?
She had spoken about it to me. There was someone that she had...
Your Honor, I would object as to relevance at this time. Respect to relevancy.
Yes, Your Honor. The defendants owed a duty to the community to prevent their son, who they had every reason to believe and saw was a danger. What they did and didn't do, what they spent their time doing, what they exposed their son to is absolutely material and probative under 401 and pursuant to People versus Mills.
Your Honor, there is no duty owed to community members for just every person in public. So I don't believe that's a proper response, but more importantly, there is no duty owed to a community that the prosecutor argues exists.
In terms of the question itself, whether or not there was some type of extramarital relationship between the parties and a duty owed to the community, I don't know that that is intertwined. However, as far as the relevancy goes to the ultimate issue of this particular case, I'm overruling the objection. You can go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, just one moment. Your Honor, I do just want to make a good record. The duty owed here is is to protect the community from their son intentionally harming somebody when they knew he was preoccupied with violent material, that he had access to a gun, he could use it when he wanted to, and he was disturbed. It's a parental duty. It goes far beyond careless. It's gross negligence, and there's absolutely a duty. And I didn't get a chance to tie that together, but I'll move on. What was the indicator to you that there was another relationship going on outside Jennifer Crumbley's marriage?
She spoke to me about it.
Okay. Did you notice anything prior to that?
I didn't notice anything, no.
Okay. What did she say?
She had told me that she had been seeing somebody else.
And did she tell you who that person was?
No.
And did she tell you when she saw that person?
After the fact, one time she did, yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
There was a point where I had noticed that she wasn't there in the morning, and she had mentioned that she had seen a man in the morning during work hours.
What do you mean you noticed she wasn't there? Was it before she was supposed to come into work?
I typically got in after her. I would notice that she had been there, her light was on and everything, but she was not there. And it would be about an hour until I would see her afterwards.
Did you ask her about that, or did she just?
I didn't ask, but she had mentioned, errands at first, and then she had mentioned about a week after that she was seeing somebody else.
And where would she? Did she say where she would go during those hours?
She said that this person would pick her up, and they would go across the street from our office.
To where?
Costco.
And did she say what they were doing?
Not directly, no.
Okay. And what did Jennifer say about? Well, first of all, did she talk about her son very often?
No, not very often.
What did she talk about other than her marital issues?
A lot of it was about the horses. She would go there a lot after work, or she would say that she would go there a lot after work. She would talk about she had purchased a new horse just this past year. And then a lot of yard work, a lot of housework.
Okay.
I'm sorry, so I didn't catch that last part.
She would talk about a lot of yard work and housework she was doing at home. Mm-hmm.
Did she say whether or not her son was aware of these marital issues?
Not directly, no. He would overhear fights occasionally, but I don't know if they've heard anything else.
Okay.
Or he has heard anything.
Do you follow Jennifer Crumbley on social media?
We're friends on Facebook, yes.
Okay. And did you ever see a post about their son and how they bought their son a gun for Christmas, early Christmas present?
I didn't see the post initially, no.
Okay. So you didn't see it prior to November 30th?
No, I saw it on November 30th, but not prior.
Did she ever talk to you about guns?
No.
Okay. Do you have a suspicion about why she didn't mention that if she's mentioning a lot of other things?
Your Honor, I would object to this speculation.
I'll rephrase. Do you know why?
No.
Okay. You did at some point get an opportunity to look at the post?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
The day, on November 30th.
Okay, so let's go to November 29th, the day before this terrible event occurred. Did you see Jennifer on November 29th?
Yes.
And was there anything unusual that occurred that day?
She mentioned that she got a message from the school, but she didn't go or do anything, I don't think.
Okay. Did she say what the message was?
No.
Did she seem concerned in any way?
No.
How would you describe her demeanor?
Normal, calm.
Okay. Did she say what she was going to do with regard to that message, or what she was going to do after work at all?
No.
Okay. And did she mention anything about what her son was doing recently around that time?
No.
Okay. Did Jennifer Crumbley ever talk to you about how she described her son?
She would say he's quiet. She didn't go in much detail. I think I would gather that he was quiet and kind of reserved from what she said.
Did she ever mention to you that he was having a difficult time?
Only when his friend had gone away. That was the only time I heard that there may be some trouble with him.
Okay, and did she say specifically what concerned her about his friend going away?
She was concerned he would be lonely, that it was his only main friend, maybe only friend, from what I could tell. She was just concerned that he would be alone and not having him.
Okay, and particularly did she say when she was concerned that he would be alone?
No, not particularly.
Okay, how often did Jennifer and James Crumbley go to the barn?
Often, I would say maybe almost every day, from what I could gather.
Objection is to the foundation for this witness's knowledge about that.
Did Jennifer talk to you about, I'll move on.
Go ahead.
Did Jennifer talk to you about going to the barn?
Yes,
How often did she talk to you about going to the barn?
almost daily.
All right, so was that in the context of she's just bringing it up, or she's talking about her plans after work?
Both.
Okay.
A lot of the times there were plans after work. She would leave a little earlier than I would, and she would usually say she was going to the barn.
Okay, and you spoke to her daily?
Yes,
Okay, so about how often did she go to the barn?
almost daily.
Okay, and did Ethan go with her?
Not to my knowledge.
Did she ever express a concern about her son not going with her?
No.
Okay. The next day, November 30th, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Okay, what's the first time that you talked to Jennifer, if you remember?
In the morning, I went in, I clocked in, made coffee, and on my way back to my desk, I stopped and said good morning to her, and we talked briefly.
Is that something that you would ordinarily do?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you become aware of a call about her son?
Yes.
And how did you become aware?
She took a phone call, and I could hear it.
You could hear, I'm sorry, what?
I could hear her phone call.
Okay. And do you know who she was talking to?
James.
Okay. And what was the subject of the call? What were they talking about?
He had called her, or no, I'm sorry. I apologize. I think I've mixed up the calls. This was later in the day. The first call was from the school.
Okay.
That there was an issue at the school. That's all I could gather from the call.
Okay. What did she do after that?
She called James.
And what did she tell James?
She was asking him if he was able to come to the school to
Okay.
check on the situation.
Did she say how she felt about going to the school?
No.
Okay. Did she say whether she wanted to go or didn't want to go?
No.
Okay. Was she trying to ask James to go instead of her, or they were to come too?
It sounded like she wanted James to go. And then there was another call after that one, and that's when she decided to go as well.
Do you know what changed her mind?
No.
Okay. And at some point, did she leave?
Yes.
Okay. And did she come back to work that day?
Yes.
All right. When she came back to work, what did she tell you?
She came over to my desk. She said that she felt like a failure as a parent, and she showed me a photo of what Ethan had drawn at school.
Okay, and that was previously admitted. Do you need to see it to describe it, or do you remember the photo?
I remember the photo.
Okay, how would you describe the writings on the worksheet?
Disturbing.
Okay, and what was your response?
I told her I thought that was scary.
I'm sorry, you said what?
I told her I thought it was scary
Okay.
that he would draw that.
And what was her response?
She agreed.
Okay. Did she talk to you at all about what the meeting was about, or what the school wanted her to do?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that that they were concerned with his drawing, that they were concerned that he may be feeling badly at school and that something could happen. She said that they were requiring him to engage in counseling and that he needed to do that quickly. But that's to the extent.
Did you talk about...
Sorry, I didn't hear your last part.
That was it. That was all she said.
Okay. what was her demeanor when she's talking to you about this?
My initial thought was it seemed a little sarcastic, the way that she said that she felt like a failure. As she was talking, it was a little concerned.
Okay. Did you have a conversation at some point about whether or not she should go and get her son from school?
I felt I would have brought him home. I told her I thought.
Did you have a conversation about that?
Yes.
Tell me what did you say?
I said it would be nice for her to take him for a day to, go see a movie or go have lunch or do something with him.
On that day?
Yes, on that day. The day that I said she should have brought him home.
And why did you say that?
I felt it was a disturbing photo, and I thought this child needed to be around family. That's what I would have done, and I told her I thought that's what she should have done.
Okay, what was her response?
She told me that she thought she would just take him to the barn that night and, give him some work and give him a little something to do after school.
And what did you say to that?
I said, I think it would be good to have some time with you, just, make him feel seen.
Had you ever been told that he didn't want to go to the barn?
She had mentioned that he didn't like going, but she thought it would be good for him that day.
What did you say?
I just listened. I don't think I said much after that.
All right. At some point, what happened? What was the next thing you can remember on that day?
After that conversation, she went back to her office. I went back to work at my desk. And a little while after, I don't recall the time, she had received a call, and I believe it was from James, that he got an alert from the school about an active shooter. And she started to panic in her office. And I think we all did, hearing the call. And that's when she left and ran out quickly.
Okay. You said that at one point she told you that she and James separated but didn't really move out.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said at some point they got back together.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know when that was?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. You have to say yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that was, or how do you know that?
She had mentioned that they were having the issues. They decided to separate temporarily, it seemed. And then around their anniversary, she came back from a trip with him, and she said that they were going to work on it.
And when was that? When was that? In the fall?
I don't recall the time.
And where was the trip?
I don't know the exact location. I know it was a casino, but I don't know which one.
All right. Did she tell you whether or not they took their son along for the weekend to the casino?
No.
No, she didn't tell you, or no, they didn't take him?
No, she didn't tell me.
Okay. Do you know if they took him?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you ever hear Jennifer talk to you or say in passing that she was taking Ethan to the doctor?
No.
To the therapist?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about the horses needing medical treatment?
Yes.
What would she say?
There was I don't remember exactly what was wrong with them, but she had mentioned that there was something going on.
Did that happen once, more than once?
More than once.
Okay. One moment. Nothing further.
Any cross on you have to
Thank you. Hello.
Hi.
I want to go back through some of your testimony and just make sure that I've understood it correctly. So if I say something wrong, can you please let me know?
Yes.
You were the administrative assistant to Andy Smith, is that correct?
Yes.
So you worked in the same office Jennifer Crumbley worked out of?
Yes, the same company. Yes.
I'm sorry, the same?
The same company. Yes.
The same company. And your desk was nearby Miss Crumbley's office?
Yes.
And you and Miss Crumbley, you would not say you were friends with one another, correct?
Yes.
But you talked about little things back and forth when you would see each other?
Yes.
Always friendly conversation?
Yes.
And I imagine over time you talked about a number of different topics, correct?
Yes.
So when you're talking about the topics today, being their marriage and separating and things like that, it's fair to say there were topics discussed, lots of other topics that have not been pinpointed today, correct?
Yes.
There were discussions about camping trips the family took?
Yes.
Conversations about James's mother dying?
Yes, I knew. Yeah.
Conversations about meals Jennifer was cooking?
No.
Conversations about food pictures that were up on Facebook?
I saw one photo.
I guess my point is there were conversations about lots of different topics. It was not like only about Jennifer's marriage did you two speak, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of Jennifer's marriage and what you were told, it's fair to say that Jennifer didn't sit down with you and give you a play-by-play on everything that was happening within her marriage, correct?
Correct.
It's more like you would catch bits of it here and there, correct?
She went into detail about certain issues.
So there's conversations you had where she went into detail, but it's also fair to say there were other times where you would hear her on the phone with James.
Yes.
It's fair to say that other people in the office may have been talking about Jennifer and James.
No.
It's fair to say that although Jennifer did tell you things, this was not like a daily event where you sat down and discussed every intricacy of her marriage, correct?
Correct.
So there was certainly a time where Jennifer and James, your understanding was that they were going to get separated or separated?
Yes.
And there was discussion about Jennifer possibly seeing somebody else at that time?
Yes.
You don't know all the details about seeing someone else?
No, not all the details.
And the most you knew is that during work hours, Jennifer would not be at her desk, correct?
That's not all I knew, but yes, I did know that.
You testified that you would notice her light would be on as if she had been at her desk, and then she would be gone from the building, is that correct?
Yes.
And that you were told by Jennifer she was running errands at some point in time?
Yes.
And specifically, you were told at some point that she had gone to Costco with another person?
Yes.
And any time that you were aware of her being gone, these times that you're talking about, those were all within the workday, is that correct?
Yes.
So you testified that there was a day that Jennifer got a message from the school, is that correct?
Yes.
And that message from the school was a voicemail?
I don't know.
Did you hear the message?
No.
Do you know anything about what the message said?
No.
Did Jennifer tell you the contents of the message?
No.
Did Jennifer tell you how she felt about the message?
No.
Do you know anything about the message?
I just know it came from the school.
So you don't know the contents of the message?
No.
So you would have no ability to evaluate how Jennifer was reacting in conjunction with that message, correct?
The message on the 29th?
Yes.
No, I don't know.
Okay. So when you testified that Jennifer did not seem concerned, it's fair to say you don't even know what the message on the 29th was about, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer expressed to you that a message had been left by the school?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that Jennifer had never told you that at any time before, correct?
Like before that day?
Yeah.
No, that was the first message I knew about from the school on the 29th.
Okay, so when she got the message from the 29th and mentioned it to you, that was certainly out of the ordinary, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer telling you about it appeared she cared that she had gotten the message from the school.
I don't know.
Your understanding of Ethan was that he was a quieter kid, is that correct?
Yes.
And that he had a friend who had moved away suddenly, so he was lonely?
Yes.
You were aware that were you aware that he had a difficult time when his grandmother died?
No.
Were you aware of Ethan's extracurricular activities?
No.
Were you aware when Ethan was going to become a referee for the soccer team?
No.
Were you aware of summer classes that Ethan took?
No.
Your knowledge, you never met Ethan in person?
No.
And so really your knowledge about Ethan is very limited from what you heard from his mother, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ethan was not something or someone she talked about with you at the office frequently, correct?
Correct.
When you testified that Jennifer was at the barn daily, is that your perception of what she was doing, or do you have actual knowledge that she went to the barn every day?
It was almost every day that she would tell me she was going after work.
Almost every day?
Yes.
And so based on the fact that she went to the barn frequently, did you have any other awareness of what she was doing at night or on weekends, things like that?
No.
Through her Facebook page, would you see the camping trips and family trips they took?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay, so you were aware that we do not dispute it. Jennifer loves horses, correct?
Yes.
And she would post pictures from the horses and the farm.
Yes.
Pictures of her family camping and on vacation.
Yes.
You testified that you saw the picture of the targets that were shot, that were posted on Facebook, correct?
Yes.
On November 30th, you testified that you spoke to Jennifer briefly when she came in, is that right?
Yes.
And that you could hear a phone call from James about a school shooter, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that the first thing on your radar about something going on at the Oxford High School?
At the school in general or with Ethan?
Either. So at the school in general?
That was the first time with the school, but I did hear the call prior when she was being called to the school.
Okay, but that was the first you were aware that there was a shooting or a larger scale incident at Oxford?
Yes.
At what point did you see the photograph of the drawing Ethan made on the math paperwork?
When did I see it first?
Yeah.
When she returned from the meeting at the school.
So that was the day before, correct?
No, I saw the photo on the 30th.
You saw the photo on the 30th?
Yes.
Okay. And when you testified that you found it to be disturbing and scary, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer also seemed concerned about that drawing on that math paperwork, correct?
Yes.
She was talking about whether or not he would stay at school or if he was coming home that day, correct?
No.
She ultimately told you that they left him at school that day. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes, she told.
Did you have conversations with Jennifer about why they left him at school?
Yes.
Were you aware that the school told Jennifer he was of no threat to anyone?
Objection, Your Honor, that is not a fact and evidence. Anywhere.
I'm asking if she's aware.
Can you answer the question, Amir Locke? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating it?
Were you aware, did Jennifer say anything that the school told Jennifer he is not a threat to anyone?
No.
Did Jennifer tell you any concerns about Ethan staying home from school versus going because of how the Zoom school year had gone the year before?
No.
Did Jennifer tell you anything about having the option to take him from school or leave him at school?
No.
As you testified that you would have taken him home as your son, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Yes.
How old are your children?
He's young.
Under 15?
Yes.
How old?
Your Honor, the witness, I don't know how this is relevant, and it's clear she's not comfortable answering these questions given the amount of attention the case is getting. So I would just ask if we could just limit. I don't know why she needs to know the precise age of her child.
Your Honor, she was allowed to give opinions about what a mother would do on direct. I think this is a fair question, background question. I would ask the media not to put this out there. This is not...
She didn't give an opinion about what a mother would do. She gave an opinion about what she would do. So I don't know why we then have to ask her about her personal life. I don't know how the age and number and gender...
Just the relevancy as to the age of the child.
The prosecution opened the door as to her giving an opinion about a child, whether they should be taken home from school or not. She testified that as a mother, she would have taken the child home. I'm asking her, as a mother, how old her child is.
You can ask her a range.
A range? Okay.
Thank you.
Can we have an age range, please, for your son?
He's a toddler.
Okay, so not anywhere near a teenager.
No.
Not even like a middle schooler, right?
No.
And the day that you saw Jennifer, when you say you would have taken him home, you didn't say to Jennifer, you should have taken him home, correct?
No.
You didn't call the police and say, I just saw a very alarming drawing and this mother did not take her child home from school, correct?
Correct.
You didn't call the school and say, hey, I'm concerned because I just saw this drawing and mother seems to not be worried about it, correct?
Correct.
You, as a matter of fact, you didn't do anything after seeing that drawing with respect to the drawing, correct?
I told her I would have taken my son home.
That's all you did, though?
Yes.
And now looking at the situation, you have a greater awareness based on hindsight, 20/20 vision, correct?
I'm not, I don't know.
Some of the things that you're testifying about, you would agree with me, you know more information now than you did at the time when you were having conversations with Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
About this case?
Yes.
Yes.
You had no idea a school shooting was going to take place based on seeing that drawing from that math paper, correct?
Correct.
You did not voice to anyone after seeing that drawing on the math paperwork, there could be a school shooting, correct?
I think the gun was alarming. I think that if I thought about it now, I think that, correct. I don't think I would know that.
So you would agree with me that you look at things differently in hindsight when you look back?
Yes, when I look back at it,
correct?
yes. Yes.
When Jennifer did talk to you on the day of the school shooting, she said that the school wanted Ethan in counseling, correct?
Yes.
She did not tell you she wasn't going to get him in counseling, correct?
We didn't discuss it further.
She didn't say anything to indicate to you then that she wasn't going to follow the school's counseling idea, correct?
Correct.
She said to you that she felt like a failure. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And we can agree that Jennifer can have a sarcastic personality at times.
Yes.
And when she said something like, I feel like such a failure, it's possible that some of that was sarcasm, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer did say that night she was going to take Ethan to the barn with her, correct?
Yes.
She did say she did not want him to be alone, correct?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Did she say anything about him being alone?
No, not that day.
Did she talk to you about who he would have been with had he left school that day?
No.
As far as you knew it, Jennifer's plan after work that day was to get Ethan and take him to the barn, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer said she was doing that whether or not Ethan wanted to, correct?
Yes.
She was concerned about being with Ethan after school.
I don't know.
She was planning to be with Ethan after school.
Yes.
When the alert came in about the school shooting, you would agree Jennifer was panicking.
Yes.
And you testified that she ran out of the school quickly.
Yes.
And she appeared upset as she was running out of the building and leaving. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I imagine that everyone in your office was nervous and anxious about what was unfolding. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was something that all of you were talking about, especially because Jennifer was running out the door and her son went to that high school. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's also fair to say that after Jennifer did leave that day, you sent her a message. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your message was intended to be kind?
Yes.
And intended to be supportive?
Yes.
And you pretty much said something along the lines of thinking of you guys, correct?
Yes.
And also that you hope her and her family were doing all right.
Yes.
That was before you knew exactly what had unfolded, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Any questions on behalf of James Crumbley? None for Mr. Crumbley, Your Honor. Any redraw?
Yes. Okay. Jennifer Crumbley told you she was having an extramarital affair, correct?
Yes.
And it was a romantic relationship, correct?
Yes.
And you asked her, or she told you, she saw this person during work hours in the parking lot of Costco in a car, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Defense counsel just asked you a lot of questions about what you knew and what you didn't know, and if you would have been alarmed, if you would have called the police, if you would have, what you would have done. Did you know that they bought their son a gun and gave him access to it?
No.
Did you know? Did you know? I'll move on. Did you know that the gun?
Let's get the objection. What was the objection?
It's an improper question, and the prosecutor repeatedly keeps asking questions that are designed to inflame the public and make everyone believe there was access to the gun that has not been testified to. It's not true. And these questions are by design to try to have these people convicted in the media. That question is improper. It's also assuming facts not in evidence, and facts that will never be in evidence.
Your Honor, and if you recall, we objected previously with another witness, and you sustained the objection using almost identical language.
I've asked those questions, Your Honor.
Refrain from the asking the question relative to access. I've already sustained the objection.
Okay. Did you know that the gun in the Crumbley's possession was identical to the drawing that their son made on the math worksheet?
No.
Did you know that the day before, Jennifer Crumbley texted her son, LOL, just you have to learn not to get caught, when he was in trouble for searching ammunition?
No.
Did you know that James Crumbley, upon hearing there was a school shooting, went to the house to look for the gun?
No.
Okay. Did you know he called 911 then and said that I think my son is the school shooter?
No.
Okay. Did you know how many hours and hours that Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, spent at his house by himself?
Objection.
What's the objection?
Again, question with no foundation, with absolutely no foundation of how this witness would know.
Please also asking her to speculate.
Your Honor, I'll move on, but there was a lot of requests for her to speculate in the cross-examination. My point is, there was a lot you didn't know, correct?
Correct.
But just what you knew, not as his parent, not what he did, not any of the other things, you were alarmed and concerned when you saw that worksheet, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
You may step down. You may step down. Okay. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. People call Detective Edward.
Okay, so again, that was the preliminary examination a little bit earlier today inside of that courtroom in Michigan. But taking you out to breaking news, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what we do on Live Now from Fox. A massive building fire. Firefighters responding to it. We believe this is a commercial building area. Oklahoma City Fire confirming that this is a 2-alarm fire at this time. As you can see, all of the first responders there and the lights really illuminating this Tuesday evening. No word yet on what sparked the fire, how many people are inside. Just these live aerials of the blaze that is sending smoke billowing into nearby areas here. Again, this is being confirmed as a commercial fire. If you're familiar with the area, it's in the 1100 block of Northwest 63rd. As the chopper zooms in, you can see it's taken out the majority of the roofing. And it looks like there's several different rooms. It almost looks like an apartment complex of sorts, but that is obviously unconfirmed at this time. But quite the blaze that they have going on as firefighters are trying to knock it down to the best of their ability here. So we'll try to gather some more details for you as fire crews are completely surrounding this building at the time. Does not look like evacuations are underway of any sort. But the crew's just trying to get it under control and maintain it to this area. The wind also not looking like it's moving too quickly out there, which is good news. Many of the fires we cover are out in California with those Santa Ana winds that really push it quickly into other buildings as well. But possibly a nearby building on the right there that they are trying to contain it and keep it from moving on to other buildings. But again, a 2-alarm fire at this time. As they zoom into other nearby buildings, you can see a little bit of that smoke, that black plume of smoke. And what seems to be a pool in a nearby building right there. So as we said, going to try to get a few more details for you on this building fire out in Oklahoma City on this Tuesday evening. No injuries reported at this time, but we'll get back to you on all of that. Thanks for watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back after this commercial break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are tracking this breaking news out of Oklahoma City. We are getting new details into the newsroom that this is an apartment fire. It's a fire that can be seen for miles across Oklahoma City, burning into the late evening here on this Tuesday night. It's on the city's northwest side. Firefighters called to the 1100 block of Northwest 63rd Street just after 7 o'clock local time. Oklahoma City Fire confirming that this is a 2-alarm fire. As you can see, fire crews trying to knock down the flames to the best of their ability as it is completely taken off the entire roof of this apartment complex. And this is the closest view that we've had thus far with a chopper overhead. No word yet on if anyone was occupying the building, how many people were inside, but a pretty massive apartment building, I must say, on the northwest side of Oklahoma City here. With several nearby buildings, they are trying to contain it and keep it to just this one building right here. And what seems to be an apartment, or I'm sorry, a parking complex just right across from the apartment building, which you can't really see great from this vantage point on whether or not the fire has spread over there thus far, but you see the mass presence of firefighters there on the scene. And some closer shots, some zoomed in shots have shown how far reaching this smoke has gone. The black smoke billowing into nearby areas for miles. It has not been reported yet what caused the fire, but luckily cooler temperatures in Oklahoma City will allow this fire to subside a little bit quicker than some warmer times of the year here. So we're going to keep up these aerials and let you see them on the screen as we move on to some of the other stories of the day, including a look back, a legal analyst coming on the show talking about the Crumbley parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, showing up in court today for their preliminary exam as they are set to stand trial here after the mass shooting at Oxford High School carried out by their own son, Ethan Crumbley. So here's a recap of the day and what to expect moving forward. So James and Jennifer Crumbley being taken out of the courtroom right there. Everything ending for the day. And unfortunately, we didn't get the beginning of that, but it sounds like more proceedings will happen February 24th at 8:30 a.m. I have Andrew Chakosky, our legal analyst, here on the line. So kind of we were talking about the evidence and the miscommunication between both sides here. So what is next for this case?
Discovery documents correct. So this has now been delayed to the 24th because the cell phone text messages that the defense attorneys have seem not to line up with what the prosecution attorneys have through their detective. Now that's very standard, and the software used in order to download all of these messages can be very complicated. So it could just be a user error type of problem here. And that's where attorneys offline, outside of the courtroom, tend to work together actually relatively collaboratively to make sure that everybody has the same thing. And so that's what's probably going to be the priority over the next couple of weeks, is to make sure that everybody has the same thing that they're talking about.
Right, and this is essential for both sides to be able to build their cases in this instance. So unfortunately, I think there was supposed to be another day tomorrow. Now everything being delayed and pushed back to February 24th. But still, we were diving into what was presented today, the evidence and the conversations had on the actual day of the shooting. And we were talking about that 911 call with James Crumbley.
Yeah, the 911 call was pretty hard to hear. we could hear that from the perspective of where kind of the microphone was in the courtroom, but we could hear James Crumbley making a phone call, and the 911 operator was initially trying to push him off the line, and he was insisting on making sure that a report of the involvement that he suspected was made known, and a phone number exchange, something along that line. So we can see that James Crumbley, at least initially, was trying to make contact with law enforcement. Again, as I was saying before the court had resumed just a minute ago, that can cut both ways. On one hand, it can show a consciousness of guilt, and on the other hand, it could show that he's actually trying to take mitigation efforts, trying to bring forward some information to law enforcement. Ultimately, I think that what is going to be very difficult here for the prosecution, although they're doing their very best to demonstrate it, is what the parents knew and when they knew about the degree of danger or risk that Ethan Crumbley presented to the public. And that's the big question here, and that's the charge. Very interesting charge that they were negligent in not doing more to bring forward the risks that were at hand.
And what about Jennifer Crumbley? What did you make of her after all of the evidence that was presented today, the conversations that she had, the reaction she had to the shooting?
Well, again, I think that in her reaching out to her boss and a coworker are kind of all in the same, it showed that she seemed to be surprised about it, but it also seemed where she's asking for a lawyer that she could have felt like she had done something wrong. Unclear whether she thought she needed that lawyer for herself or for her son. What I did notice is in watching her in court, and all eyes have been on the Crumbleys, largely because of their own communication, their glances, but I noticed that she was very tearful, especially during the 911 call, listening to her husband speaking to the 911 operator. She seemed to be very tearful during that time. So those are the little things that might be looked at by the court. Now, I don't think that there's going to be enough evidence in favor of the defense for the charges not to go forward, but we do see genuinely what seems like a show of emotion here. These are complicated issues, and to try to get at the question of what they knew and when they knew and whether they should have done something more is going to be a tough thing for the prosecutors to show, especially with the variation of emotional reaction after the fact.
And another interesting point, the relationship of James and Jennifer coming into play into this, possibly an extramarital affair was going on as well. What role and what kind of importance does that play into the case?
One of the things that I think is going to be important in evaluating what they knew and when they knew it was what the parents were actually doing during the time that Ethan was getting ready to do the damage that he did and commit the terrible crime that he committed as it appears on paper that he did. We know the gun was in his hand. We know he's the one who pulled the trigger. There are questions about whether he was insane at the time, and that's a different case, and that's something that's still being investigated. I don't want to indicate that he's guilty of something before his trial, but what the parents were going through, whether perhaps they were distracted by other things going on in their own lives and failing to take note of what their son was going through, could be an important factor here in determining how negligent they were in taking care of their son, albeit a teenager at the time.
Right, exactly. You know, Jennifer even speaking to a friend and saying that Ethan was, quote, weird and that he only had one friend. These are the types of statements that we are hearing about Jennifer prior to the shooting itself. Anything else, any other big takeaways that maybe you heard from inside of the courtroom, from the proceedings that were surprising to you that we didn't know?
I think one of the things that we fail to do oftentimes in how we report on these cases initially is that it's just kind of what's brought forward initially. What we are finding out is these are people with full lives, with a lot of complicated things going on both before the shooting and after the shooting. And when the trial really happens, and this is just a preliminary stage, I think we're going to see so much more of that, where to some degree they're going to be humanized, but also vilified by the prosecution. We're going to see a much broader picture of what's going on in the days and weeks beforehand and in the minutes and hours afterwards to show just how much they knew, when they knew it, and what else was going on in their lives that could have distracted from it or that they were distracted by when they should have been paying attention to what their son was doing.
Right. Well, we should be learning a lot more on February 24th at 8:30 a.m. Andrew Cherkasky, thank you so much for joining us here on the show to break it all down for us while it all was happening live. And back out live to that apartment fire in Oklahoma City. As we've said before, we will be tracking the Crumbleys in court as it has since been delayed, so no longer going to be another extension of the preliminary hearing tomorrow. This right here, though, is coming courtesy of KOTV out in Oklahoma City here. No word yet still on the investigation underway, but firefighters working hard to knock down the flames at this time. No injuries being reported either. If we get any new details, we'll bring it to you as soon as we have it. We want to move into one of the other big follow-ups that we have since had as well. The shooter in Richland, Fred Meyer shooting. As you know, one person dead, one person still in critical condition, has since been taken into custody. This is Aaron Kelly, 39 years old. He was arrested on Monday night, nearly 12 hours after as I said, the shooting that killed one person and injured another. According to court documents, Kelly has been known for previous shoplifting incidents, and that was mentioned in a press conference a little bit earlier from Richland Police Department. We're going to play that out for you in full here on Live Now.
Good morning, everybody. Are we ready? Okay, as yesterday, I'm going to read a prepared statement here and then open it up for some questions afterwards. First of all, thank you. I want to thank you all for coming here this morning. We're here today to provide a final press briefing regarding yesterday's incident at Fred Meyer, located at 101 Welshon Way in Richland. I will briefly recap yesterday's events and then answer questions after the statement. Before I begin, I would like to remind everyone that this is a large-scale investigation involving coordination with outside agencies. We are currently processing a volume of physical evidence and completing interviews, and information provided here should be considered preliminary. Investigators have determined Aaron Kelly entered the store yesterday using the north entrance at 11:01 a.m. He pushed a cart containing a duffel bag and a backpack into the store and then began walking the aisles of the store. Kelly encountered the first victim, Justin Crumbley, at 11:03. There was a 10 to 15 second interaction between Kelly and Crumbley. Kelly then produced a handgun and fatally shot Crumbley. The first report of shots fired in the store were received actively engaged in killing or attempting to kill community members in a populated area. As previously stated, our officers responded and immediately entered the building seeking to stop the threat. The two victims were located shortly after entry. Justin Crumbley was unfortunately deceased at the scene. Advanced life-saving measures were utilized by our officers on the surviving victim and then by Richland Fire, who transported the victim to a local hospital. Officers eventually determined that Kelly had fled the area. The Richland Police Department has been in contact with both victims' families and have offered our condolences and continuing support as the investigation goes forward. A comprehensive apprehension effort was organized yesterday to quickly bring Kelly into custody. With the help of the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, Kelly was located and arrested in his vehicle near the Moses Lake area. Kelly was the lone occupant in the vehicle, and we have evidence to indicate there are any other individuals involved with planning or carrying out this violent crime. Kelly invoked his rights and declined to speak with our investigators. Investigators have determined no link or relationship between Kelly and either of the victims to this point. Kelly does not have an extensive criminal history. His last contact with law enforcement in this area was in June of 2021. Kelly was booked into the Benton County Jail last night on suspicion of murder first degree and attempted murder first degree, with his first appearance pending. Acquaintances of Kelly have described his condition to investigators as being in decline over the last few weeks and months. He has been described as distancing himself from friends and family. The Richland Police Department is humbled and grateful for the support we receive from local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, along with our partners at Richland Fire and other regional fire agencies. Our Regional Dispatch Center, CCOM, should be recognized for their extraordinary efforts yesterday in handling an event of this magnitude. I would also like to acknowledge our partnership with Fred Meyer Management during this incident. The Director of Corporate Affairs with Fred Meyer is here today to support us with our efforts. Again, there are no words to adequately express our sorrow for the victims and their families regarding this senseless act of violence resulting in the loss of innocent life. And I'd just like to add that the surviving victim is still in critical condition at the hospital, and the family would like his name withheld at this point for their privacy. Are there any questions?
Can you talk to us more about the actual arrest? You said it was near Moses Lake. Was it U.S. Marshals involved? Was it State Patrol at all?
It was the U.S. Marshal Service task force that apprehended the suspect.
And did they just spot his car? Were they following? Could you talk to that at all?
I can't speak to the events surrounding that, just that it was a result of an ongoing investigative effort.
Do you know if they found any weapons on him at the time?
We have not recovered the weapon yet. We still have, as I said, a large amount of the investigation to go through. We've recovered the vehicle, and we'll be serving a search warrant on the vehicle.
Do you know if the victims and the assailant knew each other, or is there any background there of whether they were familiar with each other, other than the prosecuting office's information this morning?
As I stated here, there's nothing that indicates to our investigators that there was any kind of relation between the suspect and our victims.
Do you have any information on the gun and the type of, and how many shots were fired, and what type of gun was used?
It was a handgun. I don't have specifics on how many shots were fired.
Can you confirm he was a former Fred Meyer employee, or was he a current Fred Meyer employee, Aaron Kelly?
The suspect was not a current or former Fred Meyer employee. Any other questions?
Is there any more information about when Fred Meyer's will open, or how long the investigation at the store will go?
My understanding is that Fred Meyer's open today.
No,
we are going to give the community some time to process this, and our associates as well. We're going to be in communication with the city to an appropriate time to reopen the store.
Okay. Why, if the call came in at 11:03 and then the police arrived very shortly after, it seems as though the police and Kelly passed each other. Could you speak to that? Did he go out a different door than the arriving officers? I know there's many entrances.
So it's important to understand that when officers are responding to an active shooter type incident, our response changes. As we enter the building, the life priorities of the officers is well down here at the bottom. We enter the building and seek out the threat to identify gunfire, if there still is. When our officers went inside, they were under the impression that there still was gunfire. So the immediate cause of action is to stop the threat inside the store and stop the killing.
And so they were looking for the suspect, but they did not encounter him on his way out?
No, we didn't encounter the suspect on his way out.
Can you talk a little bit about it? You said he doesn't have much of a criminal history, but he was known to law enforcement. I think you said June 2021 was last interaction. What was that like?
I can't speak to each encounter that he's had with law enforcement, but it's been low level, some informational reports and other nonviolent type crimes.
The past record, was he clear of those charges, or did that remain on his file?
I don't have information on that for you today. Anybody else?
Is he in good physical health at the Benton County Jail? There was no injuries or any other, like, no broken arms, nothing. He's in.
You're asking if Kelly is in good health? He was arrested yesterday without incident.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we wanted to play that update for you out of Richland, Washington today as officials were giving the public more information about that shooting that happened at that grocery store that left one person dead, another person seriously injured. The suspect, though, now in custody, 39-year-old Aaron Kelly. If any more details come out from this story, we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's head back out, though, to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. We are continuing to follow this massive fire. It looks to be at an apartment complex. We were getting some conflicting reports that this could be just a commercial building as well. We're still working on getting more details at the moment, but you can see firefighting crews working quite diligently to get this under control. This is a 2-alarm fire, according to Oklahoma City fire officials. So once again, don't know how it started. Don't know if anyone has been injured or if anyone was inside the building at the time. Also kind of makes you wonder if maybe this apartment complex was under construction. It looks to be the case because you can see kind of some of the stickers on the window indicating that this is a brand new complex. We don't know any of those details yet. We're going to work on getting them for you. Let me put up some of the text on the screen so you can tell what we're following, but hope to get more information soon. You can see many crews on the scene at this hour. I believe it's 9:15 there, local time. All right, this is Andrew Kraft here. We're continuing to monitor these aerial live pictures over this apartment complex fire in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. They say the roofing material is what is currently on fire. The material, according to some local reports, is rubberized, which is extremely flammable and hard to extinguish. The flames don't seem to be going down. They look to be about the same when we first brought you this live picture. Firefighters have withdrawn from inside the building due to fear that the building will collapse. And we've been seeing firefighters on the roof as well. But the entire top floor of this complex is on fire. This is the Canton Apartments. That is what this complex is known as. Officials, though, say they currently have no cause for the ongoing fire. Thankfully, though, there have been no reported injuries at this time. Of course, this is a breaking news story. This could always change. We cover everything here, live, raw, and unfiltered, the news as it happens. And you can see this is a massive blaze. We've brought you many in the past, but this is an apartment complex, and you can see the number of emergency crews and vehicles on the ground below. A 2-alarm fire at the moment. So if we get any more information, we'll bring that to you here. I'm Live Now from Fox. We do have some more stories and headlines we want to get to. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We have out of Hollywood when we come back from the commercial. Oscar nominations announced just this morning. We'll have more on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. We're going to continue to monitor this apartment fire out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. If we get any more updates or possibly a press conference from Oklahoma City fire officials, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Hope you're having a great Tuesday night. We have some more headlines, though, left to get to. As you know, this morning, the 94th Academy Award nominations were announced. If you're a huge movie buff like myself, this is always something that is highly anticipated each and every year. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin has a look at the movies that made the cut.
The Power of the Dog.
A Western drama and sci-fi epic lead nominees for the 94th Academy Awards. The Power of the Dog has 12 nominations. Space Saga Dune has 10. Both go for Best Picture Gold, along with Belfast, Coda, Don't Look Up, Drive My Car, King Richard, Licorice Pizza, Nightmare Alley, and West Side Story.
Hello, Mother. This is Jim Baker.
Nominees for actress in a leading role include Jessica Chastain for The Eyes of Tammy Faye, Olivia Colman of The Lost Daughter, Penelope Cruz from Parallel Mothers, Nicole Kidman in Being the Ricardos, and Kristen Stewart for Spencer. Actor in a leading role nominees are Will Smith for King Richard, Javier Bardem of Being the Ricardos, Benedict Cumberbatch from The Power of the Dog, Andrew Garfield in Tick, Tick, Boom, and Denzel Washington of The Tragedy of Macbeth, extending his record as the most nominated black actor in Oscars history with 10.
Troy Kotzer.
Also making history, Coda's Troy Kotzer is the first deaf male actor to get an Oscar nomination. Drive My Car is the first Japanese film to score a nomination for Best Picture. And The Power of the Dog director Jane Campion is the first woman to be nominated twice for directing.
Come, meet the family.
Among the snubs, House of Gucci and its stars.
I must not fear.
Big blockbusters are in the visual effects category with Dune, box office topper Spider-Man No Way Home, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, No Time to Die, and Free Guy. Whether the glitz, glamour, and guests will return is TBA, but we do know the Oscars will have a host. The theme will be Movie Lovers Unite on Hollywood's biggest night, March 27th. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Ashley, thanks so much. We hope to talk to Ashley a little bit later in the week to kind of go into all of these movies. But we did that earlier today with Oscars expert Tariq Khan, my friend. He looks at all of these movies each and every year. He sees them all, and he is just a wealth of Oscars knowledge. Here's our conversation about what he expects will happen on Oscars night. Well, of course, today, Oscar nominations have been announced for the 94th Academy Awards. Joining me now to discuss some of those nominations is Oscars expert Tariq Khan. Tariq, good to see you. This is a day you wait for all year. I just wanted to get your opinion. What stuck out to you today? Some surprises, some snubs. Let's talk about them.
Okay, yeah, definitely, Andrew. First of all, great to see you as well. And yes, some surprises, some snubs. One somewhat of a surprise for me was the performance of The Power of the Dog. It's a Netflix film which we knew would do well. It got 12 nominations, including 2 supporting actor nominations. That's somewhat rare. Hit numerous tech categories. Pretty much every category it was really eligible for. So we kind of see this as the front runner by a pretty good distance. So we should expect that to go all the way come March 27th. But also there were some big snubs, Andrew, as I'm sure you've heard about. The big one, Lady Gaga, House of Gucci. And, you know, I'll be honest, I didn't expect her to be nominated. The performance was okay, but in order to be nominated for an Oscar, Andrew, you have to have passion votes from voters. You have to have voters think that is the best performance of the year. And with so much competition, like nominees Jessica Chastain in The Eyes of Tammy Faye and Olivia Colman in The Lost Daughter, Kristen Stewart and Spencer, how many voters were really going to rank Lady Gaga #1? I suspect that she was on a fair amount of ballots, but in a lower position, so she missed out due to tough competition. House of Gucci just got 1 nomination for makeup, so the film underperformed. But her nomination, not the big surprise, I don't think.
All right, let's go back to The Power of the Dog. I watched it recently on Netflix. I particularly enjoyed it. It's a very interesting film. When has this happened, or maybe it never has happened in Oscars history, where a husband and wife in real life are nominated for both Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress. I'm talking about Kirsten Dunst and Jesse Plemons. In your Oscars history knowledge, has that ever happened?
Have there been like couples that nominated in the same year?
Yes.
Oh yes, it has happened. In fact, there's actually two instances this year. Javier Bardem and Penelope Cruz. He's a Best Actor nominee for Being the Ricardos, and she's a Best Actress nominee for Parallel Mothers. So it has happened, from time to time over the years. Not that often, but there's always that thought: will it be, will it make it sweeter to see, both members of a couple win? Which I don't think that's actually happened, but it does happen from time to time. And one of the questions in that category is: will Javier Bardem he vote for his on-screen wife, Nicole Kidman, in Being the Ricardos, or his real-life wife, Penelope Cruz, Parallel Mothers? So a tough decision for him.
That is, no, I didn't think about that either. I want to talk about the tragedy of Macbeth and Kenneth Branagh, because I was reading today that with this nomination for Best Director, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, that he has been nominated in 7 different Oscars categories. And I believe that is also a first. What do you make of that?
Oh, Kenneth Branagh for Belfast?
Yes, or for Belfast.
That's right. It's quite an accomplishment. He's been nominated, now as for Best Picture, as a producer for Belfast, for Best Director. This is actually his second directing nomination. He was previously nominated for Best Director of 1989 for Henry V. He's been nominated as an actor twice before for Henry V and My Week with Marilyn. That was back in 2011. Nominated original screenplay. So yes, he's proved himself to be an Academy favorite, and he's actually never won before. So it'll be interesting to see this year if he can go all the way in any of those categories. I think director is probably a done deal for Jane Campion in the Power of the Dog. Best Picture for Belfast, that's a possibility, but again, tough competition from Power of the Dog. I think original screenplay is his best chance to be honored this year. It's a very personal story for him, really about his life, and it's maybe the best chance to honor Belfast. So we should see Kenneth Branagh Best Oscar winner come March.
And speaking of the tragedy of Macbeth, and that's also in the Best Actor category with Denzel Washington, who portrays King Macbeth, and also another powerhouse African-American actor in Will Smith for King Richard. So they're really going to be battling out in the Best Actor category as well.
They are. This is a bit of deja vu, Andrew, because 20 years ago, Denzel was nominated for Best Actor in Training Day. And that same year, Will Smith had his first Oscar nomination for Best Actor in Ali. They were facing tough competition from Russell Crowe and A Beautiful Mind. But the Oscar went to Mr. Washington for Training Day. It was his second win. So they're kind of going, at it one more time. It would seem between those two that Will Smith does have the edge here. He's seen as being overdue and delivers a career-best performance in King Richard. Mr. Washington hasn't gotten quite as much acclaim for this performance in Tragedy of Macbeth. He's fantastic, but it's not done quite as well. The film did not make it into Best Picture, so that hurts him. But I should caution you, though, the one thing that Will Smith has to worry about is Benedict Cumberbatch in The Power of the Dog. He is seen as a brilliant actor. It's a fantastic performance he delivers, and he had a great year. He was also very visible in Spider-Man. So with all that to his credit, Cumberbatch could give Smith a real run for his money. It'll be a really exciting race to watch.
Tarek, are there any kind of underdogs that you see maybe rising to that level of, nabbing one of the statues? Do you think that will happen in any of these categories?
Well, it's interesting. In the supporting actor category, and by the way, it's funny, Bradley Cooper, Licorice Pizza, we thought, might get in there for a 7-minute turn, a scene-stealing turn in that film. He was actually left out and also left out for Best Actor. But in that category, the favorite is Cody Smith-McPhee, who plays the son of Kirsten Dunst in Power of the Dog. He's the favorite, but I have to warn you, watch out for Troy Kotsur in a film called Coda. He plays the father, a really lovable, heartwarming performance, a real scene-stealing performance as well, and I think actually he could be a surprise come March if voters want to honor that film Coda. It's about a family, a deaf family with one child who does hear and speak, and it's a film the Academy really does like. It's up for Best Picture and 2 other awards. So Coda, Troy Kotsur, Best Supporting Actor. He could be the big surprise of the night come March 27th.
And Tarek, let's lastly just talk about Best Picture. I believe there are 10 selections. That's a lot. I know the Academy has done that in the past. A lot of good selections, though. We haven't talked about, West Side Story yet. We haven't talked about some of these others up for Best Picture. What do you make of that category?
Well, it's funny. Most of the films that got in were the ones that we expected. Of course, The Power of the Dog and Belfast, the two front runners. Dune, I should mention, from director Denis Villeneuve. A science fiction film, a remake, pretty well received. But it's funny, Mr. Villeneuve did not make the Best Director lineup, but the film did very well. 10 nominations overall. And West Side Story, Steven Spielberg got his first directing nomination in 9 years since Lincoln. There are some questions as to whether he would make it in because the film was not seen as perhaps as artistic as many of the nominees are these days. But West Side Story did very well. But I don't think any film has a chance to overcome The Power of the Dog. I should also mention there's some other lower films, in the category that are also very good. Nightmare Alley made it in for Best Picture, which was a bit of a surprise, seemed to be on a kind of shaky ground. And of course, King Richard did very well with 6 nominations. Including a Best Picture and Best Actor for Mr. Smith. So it's a really great field of nominees, but it's going to be hard to top The Power of the Dog.
All right, and just lastly, Tarek, let's talk about the ceremony itself. When is it going to be taking place? I don't think it has a host yet, and so still a lot of questions about what the ceremony will look like this year. We all know it was quite scaled back last year because of the pandemic.
Right, that's right. As of right now, as far as we know, it's still set to take place on a Sunday, March 27th at the Dolby Theater. The Oscars a traditional home. As far as we know, there'll be a full audience, as far as we can tell. Not sure what safety protocols they'll have in place, but I suspect they'll do whatever they can to make it safe. I assume that vaccinations, of course, will be required, from all participants and nominees. And no host yet. They said that there will be one, so we're expecting an announcement, any day. I think, Andrew, it's fair to say that almost anything will be an improvement from last year. Last year's show was widely seen as a bit of a disaster. And you may recall the worst part last year was that they saved Best Actor for last. Mm-hmm. They thought that sentimental favorite Chadwick Boseman would win, and it'd be a great moment to pay tribute to him. But Anthony Hopkins won in a big upset, and he was not there. So this year there should be a host. We'll find out who very soon, and hopefully a better show than last year.
All right, Tarek Khan, as always, we appreciate your time and your Oscars knowledge. We'll talk to you again when it gets closer to the awards.
Sounds great, Andrew. Thanks so much.
And we always thank Tarek Khan there for that. I know I'm always excited for Oscars night, especially for those movie lovers out there. If there are some you still haven't seen, there's time to do that still. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get an update on that apartment fire in Oklahoma City. Fire officials speaking to the media. We'll have that when we come back from break in just a moment.
It's just such a large building right now. It's involving a good portion of not only the roof, but now it's into the 5th floor as well, and possibly even lower than that in places. It's a lot of fire. This is very labor intensive from the beginning. What we have now is what's considered to be a 5th alarm fire. Essentially, we call it a high-rise response, but it's equivalent to a 5th alarm fire. We have at least 80 firefighters out on scene now. Unfortunately, we anticipate being here for quite some time, probably overnight. And it's a labor-intensive effort right now, and these firefighters are working really hard.
We see that your guys are on top of the ladders right now on the fire engine, but tell us a little bit about that process. You said that they ran some hoses in earlier, and just how labor intensive that process is.
Yeah, so initially there are standpipe systems in these types of buildings that we utilize to get water to the upper levels, and unfortunately it was not operational in this building. I don't know to what degree the construction was complete, so that may have been the issue there. So when that happens, we have to create our own standpipe essentially by manually taking hose lines up those stairs. In fact, what they did in a couple of places was go up to the 5th floor with hose, drop hose out, connect to it down below, and then pump water up to where they were on the 5th floor, essentially creating our own standpipe. So they've had to get creative a little bit out here with this. Primarily what we're doing now, Sylvia is hitting it from the exterior. There has been some collapse. You may have seen a little bit earlier, a portion of the building collapsed, so that's very dangerous for our crews. And we've been putting a lot of water on this now for hours. Water's heavy too, so that also adds to that collapse hazard. So again, very dangerous situation for our crews, and so mostly we're on the exterior of it. We do still have some crews committed to the interior, a little bit further to the east, trying to salvage what they can in there and prevent fire spread. But it's going to be quite a firefight for the rest of the night, I'm afraid.
Benny, earlier tonight you were talking about some of the heavy equipment that's at the base of this structure. We know that it was under construction. Tell me your concerns with that and why firefighters immediately started to tackle that.
Yeah, so I don't know if you witnessed that when a part of that facade fell, it was all burning when it fell, and it fell down below to where some of those scissor lifts were, large pieces of construction equipment. And the fear was if those then caught on fire with fuel that they may have inside or whatever the case may be, that it would then spread into the first and lower floors of the building that they were right next to. And that would have just compounded the problem and basically created another place where the fire would be originating and we'd have another problem. So crews, I don't know if you saw that, they hit that quickly. They had that fire put out very quickly, and I don't know what damage there was to the equipment, but it looks like not much.
Initially, when we got here, Benny, we saw that fire was growing exponentially. The wind was picking up. Was that something that also created some sort of challenges?
Yeah, it is. It's not too awful bad out here tonight. I'll tell you what's good too is the temperature. I don't believe it'll get below freezing tonight, and that's helpful because you look around at all the water that we've been flowing. Well, it's all over our equipment now. It's all over our ladders. It's all over the parking lot where these crews are still trying to work. So that's at least one thing working in our favor tonight, since the standpipe situation and the actual roofing material itself being so flammable, we're not working in our favor. But that's the nature of what we do. It's never favorable conditions when you're fighting fires. There's always things to overcome, and that's what they train for. These guys are great at what they do, and they're going to continue working hard to bring this under control.
You've been fortunate that on the other side of this building you haven't had to tackle that fire because it didn't spread to that hotel. I know that was a concern of yours. You had some concern with that grounding. If firefighters, it's an area that you said they couldn't go from because there's no concrete.
Well, and I haven't made it around to that side. There is some involvement still, I've been told, on the roof over there on that area too. And we actually, you can't see from this vantage point, we have two more aerial ladders in the air flowing water on that side too. And I was told that it was a little more difficult to place the apparatus over there because there wasn't as much concrete and just the ground was a little different than it is over here. But yeah, they're hitting this from multiple sides and multiple angles right now. And again, just a lot of people out here, and we'll be working hard for a while.
As you said, you've got about 80 firefighters out here. Any reason to believe that you may have to rotate some guys in?
We do. We actually, a lot of those 80 that are here now, you'll see them over here in the staging area, in the rehab area. And what they're doing is they're doing just that. They've already been working. We have to rehab. We have to keep crews fresh and coming in and out because you don't want to get people hurt. You don't want to get people in there and overcommit them and they become tired or fatigued and then they end up getting hurt. So we are very fortunate in Oklahoma City to have the resources that we have. Very blessed to have the following and the support from our community that we have to make sure that we have the types of equipment and the personnel that we have. We anticipate even tomorrow's shift when they come in at 7, this could still be going to some degree, at least hot spots, and so even that crew coming in tomorrow could get involved with this, but it's a little early to tell, but there's still a lot of fire, unfortunately.
I know, Benny, that it's too soon to give a cause of the fire at this time. Will that be something that once it's extinguished, the fire marshals, what's that process like?
Yeah, so we already have fire investigators on scene now, and what they'll do now is basically collect as much information as they can, considering where the fire involvement still is, and then of course we'll look at that. The more that the fire is extinguished, the more that they can get inside and look at that, and possibly even use our drones and some things of that nature. They'll give it a good investigation to see if we can determine. Right now, we just believe it started on or near the roof. That appears to be where it was when we arrived. And a lot of smoke was already prevalent when we first arrived, and it just spread quickly with those roofing materials being what they were.
Okay. Benny, anything you'd like to add?
That's it right now. We know that there's a lot of people out here looking on, and I will say we had one person at least drive over our hose. Please don't do that. That is our lifeline. It can damage that hose, and then our firefighters have no water, so we just always want to remind people that if you're out here, just keep a safe distance. There's really no reason to be out here. We'll keep you informed, but just be careful if you're anywhere near this.
Okay, 1 second, Benny. I think that Amanda, did you have a question?
Okay, the PIO there for Oklahoma City Fire offering more details into this apartment complex fire at the moment. So we did get some more clarity. I believe this complex was under construction at the time, and you heard there from the PIO saying that fire prevention systems were there, but they were not operational. So they also said part of the building has collapsed, and they were trying to prevent the spread to a nearby hotel. They have been successful in doing so, but just a massive structure on fire. It's now a 5-alarm fire. More than 80 to 90 firefighters are there on the scene trying to put this out. You heard there from that official saying that they're going to probably have to be here well into the night. So if we do get any more updates out of Oklahoma City, we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting an update out of Washington, what the vice president was doing today, and also a scare at a high school in Washington being visited by the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. A security incident had to usher him out of that high school. We'll have an update on that when we come back from the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier today, the second gentleman of the United States was ushered out of an event at a D.C. high school after a bomb threat. Doug Emhoff was at Dunbar High School this afternoon for an event commemorating Black History Month when Secret Service agents suddenly removed him from the building and into his waiting motorcade. The building was then evacuated. A spokesperson for Emhoff later tweeting that he was safe and grateful to the Secret Service and D.C. police for their work. The investigation is ongoing. Right now, we do want to show you just an update from D.C. Metropolitan Police after this security incident today in the nation's capital.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Sean Benedict. I'm the Executive Assistant Chief of Police with the Metropolitan Police Department. At approximately 2:15 p.m., Dunbar High School here received a threat to the school itself, to the front desk, announcing a bomb threat, giving the people in that location 10 minutes to leave. During this call, as it turns out, the Vice President's husband, Mr. Emhoff, was here on a pre-planned visit to the school to visit with the children. That information, the bomb threat, was immediately passed on to his detail from the Secret Service. At 2:18, he was immediately taken out of this location and left the area. We have school resource officers that were working here that day. This information was passed to them. They come over the air, they call it into the Metropolitan Police Department, and our bomb units respond to this location, along with our full package. We have our explosive dogs, our bomb techs. They conduct their sweeps as well. The school follows their evacuation procedures, moved all the students out of the school to this field, and they did it in an orderly fashion and followed their protocols. Once all the students were safely taken out of the school, our folks went inside and conducted their sweeps. So again, our bomb techs, our explosive dogs, they have their render safe procedures and sweep procedures. They conducted that fully. Now I can tell you that the school is rendered it's safe to go inside. You saw some students go back inside just recently, so there is no ongoing threat to the Dunbar facility. I did check with my partners at the FBI. This particular threat, I can't say, this is preliminary, so I can't say with any certainty it's not related to the recent threats with historically black colleges, but our partners at the FBI Washington Field Office will work with us to kind of decipher what we have here and make those links, if any, but at this time it doesn't appear to be related. I'll take a few questions if you have it.
Just clarify, it does not appear to be related at this point?
Preliminarily, yeah, the caller that calls in, it doesn't appear related and tied to what happened in the last few weeks. But again, can't rule it out, and so we'll keep working with our partners on that.
Do you think it has anything, Chief, to do with the second gentleman's visit?
I spoke to our colleagues at the Secret Service. There was no indication that this threat was directed towards Mr. Emhoff. But again, a Secret Service Protective Intelligence will prepare a statement and release that to you all related to this incident about the Vice President's visit, the Vice President's husband's visit here today, but it doesn't appear related to that.
Did they say anything on that call later on? Did they trace that back?
Our investigators are working on that right now. Our CID detectives are on site. They're conducting their interviews. They're looking at that call, recorded that call, looking at the phone number that was used to call in. We'll do our checks on all of that, so that's ongoing.
Are there any more?
We'll have to look into that. Again, it's so early on in what happened today that we'll get to the bottom of that.
Is there any more you can tell us about the suspect in the situation?
We haven't developed a suspect yet, so that's part of the case. Yeah, all we have right now is a call that came in. And this is something the Metropolitan Police Department deals with quite often on an annual basis, is these type of threats that come in. So we work our way backwards. Take one more. Thank you. Okay, thank you all. Yep.
Okay, brief update from the Metropolitan Police there in Washington. I want to read, though, a statement from the U.S. Secret Service they put out later this afternoon. They said, quote, "This afternoon, during an event attended by a Secret Service protectee, the Secret Service was made aware of a threat to the venue and immediately evacuated the protectee. At this time, there is no information to indicate that the threat was directed toward our protectee. in order to maintain operational security. The Secret Service does not discuss our protectees or the means and methods used to conduct our protective operations. So just wanted to make sure we got that in today. A scary moment for the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to get into some more of these headlines, including the standoff between Russia and Ukraine. Where does the conflict stand this week? Will Russia invade? We know French President Emmanuel Macron met with Vladimir Putin just yesterday. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson is in Ukraine with the latest.
3 Russian warships carrying troops, tanks, and other armored units have entered the Black Sea. Some fear this could be another invasion force, possibly targeting the port city of Odessa, Ukraine's 3rd largest city and a major tourist hub. French President Emmanuel Macron arriving here in Kyiv, one day after sitting down with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow. The Kremlin said the meeting ended without a deal. Ukraine's president said Macron faced an uphill battle.
I don't know any entity in Europe today that would be able to put strong pressure on Russia.
Some think this diplomatic push is just buying time for Putin to continue building up his forces on Ukraine's border. Now some 140,000 strong when you factor in ground, air, and naval forces. For a second straight day, Russia flew a pair of supersonic bombers over Belarus, capable of launching nuclear weapons. The Russians have also moved short-range ballistic missiles and 4th-generation air defense systems near the border as well. Dozens of attack jets, too. A Kremlin spokesman said the 30,000 troops in Belarus for drills will leave the country February 20th, the same day the Winter Olympics end in Beijing. The White House reacted to Russia's latest moves.
We are always going to leave the door to diplomacy open.
A local journalist says Putin's plans for Ukraine are doomed to fail.
He chooses to believe his own flawed interpretation of Ukraine's history, and that's, I think, his greatest mistake and his greatest weakness, because if he starts another aggression on Ukraine, I'm sure it will have profound repercussions for Russia itself and for his regime.
American forces have started arriving in Romania, which borders Ukraine to the south, part of some 3,000 U.S. troops ordered to the region by President Biden. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Lucas, thanks so much for that update. We want to stay in some other parts of the world as well, specifically in Afghanistan. A major report released today about the Biden administration's withdrawal, criticizing the administration for not doing enough and for not being prepared. Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has this story.
Sworn testimony and 2,000 pages from an Army investigation obtained by the Washington Post under the Freedom of Information Act paint a damning picture of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Quote, senior White House and State Department officials failed to grasp the Taliban's steady advance on Afghanistan's capital and resisted efforts by U.S. military leaders to prepare the evacuation of embassy personnel and Afghan allies weeks before Kabul's fall, endangering the lives of U.S. troops. The published report coincided with the nomination hearing for General Eric Kurilla, the 3-star general slated to head CENTCOM. Kurilla currently oversees the 18th Airborne Corps and many of the commanders who had to execute the Afghanistan evacuation. An officer with the 10th Mountain Division described U.S. troops going room to room at the embassy on the day Kabul fell. Some State Department personnel were, quote, intoxicated and cowering in rooms. Others were operating with absolutely no sense of urgency. A senior administration official told Fox many of these allegations are flatly untrue.
There was a range of planning, including positioning military forces.
Marine Brigadier General Farrell Sullivan, part of evacuation planning, said engaging the U.S. Embassy was like pulling teeth. He wanted to stage supplies at Kabul airport by mid-July to evacuate 5,000 people, but was blocked. Another commander said, quote, the ambassador didn't get it. 10 districts a day were falling to the Taliban. In today's hearing, senators focused on Iran, China, and the threat posed by ISIS in Syria.
It's approximately 10,000 ISIS detainees at about 24 different detention facilities. That is an ISIS army in waiting.
General Kurilla's warning about ISIS detainees in Syria is reminiscent of the absence of planning about what to do with ISIS detainees at Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. One of those detainees escaped after the U.S. pulled out and killed 13 Americans with a suicide bomb at Abbey Gate. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thank you so much for that update right there. We're going to play out now some of the White House press briefing. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki being asked a number of these questions on a number of these topics. Let's listen in.
I think a few Americans better prepared to take on this challenge than our nation's veterans, since many have military trucking experience, are familiar with safety, culture, and have maintenance skills. On Friday, the administration met with veteran service organizations representing nearly 4 million veterans to discuss ways that we and the industry could attract, train, place, and retain veterans in trucking jobs. And today, we're pleased to announce the Departments of Labor, Transportation, Defense, Veterans Affairs, and the Small Business Administration will be raising awareness about 16 different federal programs that can connect transitioning military personnel and veterans to rewarding careers in the trucking industry. A highlight of these efforts is the Department of Labor's Registered Apprenticeship Program. So we see this as a win-win-win, getting more veterans to work, addressing the shortages in the trucking industry. Also wanted to note that, as you've heard the President talk about a fair amount, he's committed to using every tool at his disposal to bring down prices, and you're going to hear him talk and the administration talk a lot about this as the week proceeds. That's why we're working to ease supply chain bottlenecks and give consumers more choices. That's why we continue to push for legislation like Build Back Better and a competitiveness bill that will make our economy stronger, lower the cost of essentials, bring more manufacturing to the United States, and strengthen our supply chains. This week, the President is also going to be meeting with business leaders and traveling in the country to Virginia, as you know, to highlight his plan to address prices. While we've made remarkable strides with the fastest economic growth since 1984 and the most jobs created in 1 year ever, he knows there's more work to do to keep prices down. He also talked this afternoon, as you just all heard him do, about how we can build more in America, bring down costs through making more in America and rebuilding our supply chains. And as I noted, tomorrow he'll be hosting CEOs at the White House to talk about how Build Back Better can lower energy costs. As you know, he's going to Virginia on Thursday to talk about lowering the price of prescription drugs. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
Okay, a couple things. Do you have any information about a possible security threat at Dunbar High School where the second gentleman was? I think he was just taken from the event and it was postponed, but we don't know.
I don't have any updates on this. We will venture to see if we can get you anything, even if it's during the briefing.
It just happened, yeah.
Okay, excellent.
And then second, the remaining child tax credit is, the Biden administration is encouraging people to use what's left of their remaining tax credit. So to what extent do you hope that you can show the benefits of the program to overcome skepticism about the program, kind of by getting this last bunch of money out there? One more thing after.
Sure. Well, one of the steps we're trying to take here, which is showcased by the fact that today the Vice President, Secretary Yellen, and Gene Sperling are hosting a day of action with over 100 nonprofits and community-based organizations to encourage all Americans to take advantage of critical tax credits, including the expanded child tax credit and earned income tax credit when they file their taxes this year. Part of the reason we're doing that is because we know how effective it is. We know that it helped cut child poverty by 40% last year. We know it helped give many families some extra breathing room at a time where the economy was still recovering. And studies show that the child tax credit also helps working families with developments and opportunities for their children. It's important to remember, and this is one of the things they'll be talking about today, that Americans that qualified for the extended child tax credit will still receive half of the entire benefit when they file their taxes this year. And yesterday, we launched a new version of childtaxcredit.gov to help Americans get the full child tax credit as tax filing season begins. So part of our effort here is to continue talking about the benefits, how they're helping working families, how they're helping many women who need extra hand to cover childcare costs, and how they're helping give people a little extra breathing room.
And then lastly, if Dr. Lander, the president, accepted his resignation last night, I think, right? Or this morning, last night. I mean, not to go back to yesterday's discussion, but should he have just fired him to begin with if he was just going to offer his resignation anyway and spare all of the criticism from yesterday? I mean, I don't know. Should there have been things done differently, I guess?
Well, let me reiterate something I said yesterday, because I think it's important for people to hear that from the outset, Dr. Lander's behavior was unacceptable. Senior White House officials conveyed that to him directly at the conclusion of the investigation. And of course, we talked about that yesterday. And what happened here is we, as a part of the implementation of the safe and respectful workplace policy, something that we implemented and announced last May, or put out there last May, we implemented a process, including an investigation, including a meeting that Dr. Lander had with senior White House officials to convey the severity of his actions and what steps he was expected to take, and the fact that there would be compliant. He would be expected to be compliant. As you saw, we released Dr. Lander's note last night to all of you, or his letter of resignation, I should say. It was made clear to him through the course of the day yesterday, I suppose, that he could no longer lead OSTP effectively, and he conveyed that in his letter. The president accepted his resignation. So I think we're now focused on looking forward. There's obviously a lot of important work that OSTP will do, continue to do, and continue to lead on moving forward, and the president's eager to continue working with them. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. A couple on Ukraine. President Macron says that he believes that he achieved this objective of preventing an escalation after his day with Vladimir Putin. What have the French shared with the White House about that meeting, and does the White House believe that we are today closer to seeing de-escalation as a result of this meeting than we were yesterday?
Well, the meeting and the press conference, as you may have seen, ended very late last night. So obviously we will continue to be in very close contact with our French counterparts at a range of levels. The president has spoken with President Macron twice in the last week. I expect he'll be engaged with him soon, which we will, of course, to go back to Kelly's question yesterday, make you all aware of. I would just say we're encouraged by any efforts at diplomacy. We still don't have any prediction of what President Putin will do. We can't control what Russia will do next. What we can do, and what I think President Macron played a role in doing yesterday, is making clear with our allies and partners that there will be massive consequences should Putin choose to further invade Ukraine. But in terms of an assessment, we don't have any new information or new prediction about where President Putin's head is.
Has the White House not received a readout from the French on this?
We remain in close touch with our counterparts, but I don't have an update on any specifics of behind-the-scenes diplomatic talks.
One more on Ukraine. We heard the president and the chancellor yesterday emphasize this united front. We did not hear the chancellor mention the phrase Nord Stream 2. What assurances did this White House get from Germany, the German government, about Nord Stream 2, the future of that pipeline if Russia invades?
Well, as you heard the president very definitively say yesterday at the press conference, if Russia further invades Ukraine, there will no longer be a Nord Stream 2, and we will bring an end to it. You heard the German chancellor also convey yesterday that we are working in lockstep and that we are very coordinated in our efforts. In terms of the specifics, we'll let those conversations happen through diplomatic channels. But I would also reiterate that Nord Stream 2 is not currently operational. We agree that it is a point of leverage with President Putin and the Russians. German regulators have suspended certification of the pipeline, and we have been very clear privately, as we have been publicly, about the fact that it would not continue should Russia invade.
And I have just one last one. Your reaction to the RNC declaring what happened on January 6th as legitimate political discourse, and Democrats on the Hill today are being very vocal about this. Hakeem Jeffries says the C in RNC stands for cult. Does the White House agree with that?
Well, I think it's clear to Americans that what happened on January 6th was not legitimate political discourse. Storming the Capitol in an attempt to halt the peaceful transition of power is not legitimate political discourse. Neither is attacking and injuring over 140 police officers, smashing windows and defiling offices. It's telling to all of us that some leading Republicans have rejected that characterization, including the former president's national security advisor and the chief of staff to the former vice president, who, as he put it, had a front row seat that day, including as rioters chanted for the former vice president to be hanged. So again, we certainly reject the notion that that was legitimate political discourse, as we think a large number of Americans would as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I want to ask you about this Army after-action investigation into the Afghanistan withdrawal that was obtained by the Washington Post. First of all, is this a report that the White House has had an opportunity to review and absorb? And if so, were there any lessons that were learned from it?
Well, I know obviously our national security team, as we said at the time, was going to conduct after-action reports as they would as it relates to the end of any conflict or any engagement of that sort. You know, we have always believed that the end of a 20-year war was always going to have significant challenges. As you know, and we talked about at the time, through the summer we were pressing our system hard on whether we were meeting previously established tripwires that would require us to adjust operations at Embassy Kabul. That's how we looked at it and evaluated it at the time. The NSC led that process and convened regular interagency discussions. And of course, earlier in the summer, we pre-positioned U.S. forces in the region to be ready to facilitate a NEO in preparation of exactly that scenario. I know I reiterate all of that because I know we haven't talked about this in great detail in some time, so I just wanted to lay it all out there. All that work, of course, took months of planning, but we always look at and assess. That's why after-action reports are so important and so essential. In terms of additional reports out of any of these findings, I don't have anything to report from here. I'd really point you to the Department of Defense.
But has the White House had an opportunity to review this particular report?
Well, again, internal discussions and internal reviews of any after-action reports. I don't have any updates on our assessments from here.
Among the criticisms from military commanders in the document is that as late as early August of last year, the NSC, quote, appeared to lack a sense of urgency about planning for an evacuation because it would signal that we have failed. What's your reaction to that criticism?
Well, I would say again, earlier in the summer, we pre-positioned U.S. forces to be ready to facilitate a NEO if needed, meaning an evacuation if needed of our embassy there. That is fact in terms of what was planning, what was done at the time. And that, in advance of that, that required months of planning to ensure there were a range of contingencies planned for, as we always do, through the national security team and through the military team. And as we prepared in the early summer to leave Afghanistan, we pre-positioned military assets in the region that enabled us to execute one of the largest airlifts in history. So I would just say if you look back at the specific planning steps we took, we did plan for a range of contingencies, even well, as we talked about at the time, there wasn't an anticipation that the Afghan National Security Forces would fall as they did or as quickly as they did, and that was not anticipated by anyone. But we still had done a range of contingency planning.
So broadly, then, do you reject the assertion that was made by various military commanders in this report that they were trying to convince members of the administration of the urgency of planning for the evacuation, but that they were rebuffed?
Well, again, there was a range of contingency planning that was done in close coordination by all of the players on the national security team at the time to prepare for a range of options and a range of outcomes. No one predicted, as we know, and as we talked about a lot during the period of August and September, that the Afghan National Security Forces would fall at the pace they fell. But if you look back at the history of what we actually did and what planning was done, there was a range of planning, including positioning military forces, including ensuring that we had a plan for a NEO operation for evacuation at the time, should that be needed. So we always look back and assess, but I would say the facts of what was planned for at the time show that we were preparing for a range of contingencies. Go ahead.
Following up real quick on this last exchange, that report did paint a pretty damning picture of the NSC and State Department pretty much having blinders on while generals sounded the alarm over Afghanistan. But we're hearing sort of the same bleak, blunt assessments right now from the Pentagon about Ukraine. So is there, I guess, is there any closer relationship between the White House and Pentagon? Are the generals being listened to differently now post-Afghanistan, post this report?
Well, I think it's really important to separate the two, because first, we're not in a 20-year war with U.S. troops in Ukraine. That's a very different circumstance. I would say that we believe And we continue to view our relationship, both from the White House, from the diplomatic team, and from the Defense Department, as one where we are closely coordinating, where there are healthy disagreements, as there can be, and the President certainly welcomes them. And after-action reports are very important because you can look at and make assessments about anything you would change moving forward. But Ukraine and the situation on the border of Ukraine with Russian troops building up is not the same as ending a 20-year war. That is something the President had talked about for some time, where we were spending an enormous amount of not just money, but blood of American service members over the course of decades. That's a different circumstance.
And then on this meeting between Putin and Macron yesterday, it sounds like the White House does not have a clear idea yet about whether there was in fact a deal or not for Russia to de-escalate, or besides rather not to go give any further escalation. Obviously, the Kremlin denied reports that the French put out about having struck a deal. If the U.S. is not aware of where things stand, doesn't that signal that there's a separate negotiating track happening between the Europeans and Russia right now that could put the U.S. at risk of being sort of shut out from that discussion?
Not in any way. I completely disagree with what you just conveyed. First of all, there are a range of diplomatic conversations happening all the time, and that's been the case for many weeks. The United States is a key player in the vast majority of those negotiations. At the same time, there are important formats, whether it is bilateral leader-to-leader engagement, which President Macron was a part of yesterday, or the Normandy format, which is something we fully support, which is the format that the Minsk agreement would be discussed through, which includes Ukraine, Russia, Georgia, and France. That's another format that we fully supported. Those are conversations that have been happening. And typically, through a diplomatic process, there are a range of conversations that are happening at the same time. Again, as I noted a little bit earlier, the President spoke with President Macron twice over the last week, including on Sunday, the day before he spoke with President Putin, and I expect he'll speak with him soon again. But it's also important to note that there are others. The German Chancellor, who was just here yesterday, is also meeting with President Putin tomorrow, and certainly, if there is diplomatic progress, we would welcome that, but we will believe it when we see it with our own eyes at the border.
On the warships that moved in to the Black Sea, there are some people who are fearing that this is another invasion force potentially targeting the city of Odessa. Obviously, the Kremlin is saying that this is just exercises. But is there concern in the White House that, while we're buying time for this diplomatic push, that Putin is just bolstering his forces, building his forces, while we're all talking?
Sure. Well, I know that my colleague John Kirby has spoken to this from the Pentagon, so I'd point you to his comments. But I would say that we are always going to leave the door to diplomacy open, because we think as long as we don't know what President Putin is going to do, and we don't, and he has not invaded Ukraine at this point, then it is important to always keep that door open, because that's always the preferred path. At the same time, we are not just talking. We have built through 200 engagements. Talking is an important part of it, I guess, but to build an agreement with our partners and allies in Europe about putting together a severe set of economic consequences should they decide to invade. We have provided an enormous amount of security assistance to Ukraine to make sure they are prepared. So we are working on a number of paths, as you should do, but diplomacy is always going to be the preferred path.
One last one on masks.
Yeah.
When are we going to hear from the CDC on this guidance? California yesterday changed their guidance. Randy Weingarten, Teachers Union, is vocally asking for the White House and the CDC to weigh in. So when are we going to hear from the CDC about updating the guidance on masks?
You'll have to ask the CDC. The CDC moves at the pace of data and science. I would note that our goal remains continuing to ensure that there is guidance that helps school districts stay open. That's our goal. We want kids to be in school. 98% of schools are open. That's a very good sign. We know it works. The CDC is always going to be reviewing their guidance, including mask guidance. But in terms of when they will provide additional new guidance, that is up to them.
Do you believe then that the Democratic-led states who are breaking with the CDC on this guidance, that they're throwing science away and that the CDC has access to different science somehow?
We don't look at it through that prism. These states, I think it's important to note, they still allow for decisions to be made by local school districts. Where we come up with concern, where we have great concern, if a kid or a parent chooses to wear a mask, or a school district decides they should keep mask guidance in place, and there are leaders who are preventing them from doing that. That is the place in some other states. But our hope is that states, leaders, will look at the science and data about what's going on. They'll make decisions about local school districts. Local school districts have always made these decisions. That remains the case. Go ahead.
I'd like to ask about the Supreme Court process. Sure. 3 weeks left before the president.
Who's counting? I know.
Has any of this process moved to a point where you are requesting documents, background materials directly from those women who are among the potential choices? And also, how are you facilitating the president in getting advice from allies and so forth on the outside who may want to pitch their favorite contenders? We're certainly seeing lawmakers and others speaking publicly. That's a little different than speaking directly to the president. How is that information getting to him?
Sure. Well, let me start with the second part, and then I'll come back to the first, to the best of my ability. So you all have seen that the president has met with very publicly both Chairman Durbin and Ranking Member Grassley. The chairman and the president and vice president have also spoken with a number of members to engage with them, get their feedback. I'd also noted, I think yesterday, that the president has also spoken with a wide range of outside legal experts as he's seeking to consult and to get feedback and advice from them. So he is receiving and engaging with a range of people as he considers this process. I would note also that as he's looking at the process, he's reviewing not just bios, but he's also reviewing cases. And he is looking at binders of cases because he is taking this approach very seriously. He's taking a very thorough approach to it. In terms of the process, that is a part of the process, as you know from covering these, Kelly, vetting documents, and that requires engagement with individuals. I'm not going to get into specifics about where that sits. What I would reiterate, and those of you who've covered this know this well, is that we later in the process, the very end of the process, is typically when the president would interview candidates. We remain on track to announce a nominee by the end of the month, but that is typically the very end of the process.
Can you say that the field has narrowed a bit from the dozen or so that we were originally talking about?
That is a natural part of the process, but I'm not going to get into specifics of the numbers. Go ahead.
Going back to the after-action report on the Abbey Gate investigation, it's incredible what is in this report. So some of the military officials say things such as, the Department of State did not get one message right to the Afghans during the NEO. Marines at Abbey Gate were forced to play God by identifying who would be allowed into the airfield. One of the reasons you do an after-action report, as you said, is to go back and assess, but isn't it also to allow for accountability? Does the president intend to seek any accountability?
I think we're going to allow a discussion internally to continue about any after-action report. I have no predictions beyond that at this point.
Speaking of accountability, last night, accepting the resignation of Dr. Lander, it's been postulated here in town that perhaps Dr. Lander would still be working for this administration if Politico hadn't reported the story yesterday morning and if reporters in this room hadn't asked about it yesterday. Is that a fair assessment?
Well, I think, again, given that Dr. Lander made the decision himself to submit his resignation, that would be a question best posed to him.
So the president was not involved?
No, he was not.
He did not seek Dr. Lander's resignation?
He did not. He made the decision himself. Go ahead.
Frontier has announced plans to buy Spirit Airlines. Is there any concern in this administration about reduced competition?
You know, broadly speaking, we always have a concern about reduced competition, but in terms of this potential merger, I don't have any specific comment from here.
Is it under discussion at least?
Again, you know that would be reviewed by the Department of Justice and not from here, so I don't have any additional comment from here.
China, as has been widely reported, has largely missed its phase one purchase commitments. There's been talk about administration officials voicing this week disappointment over that and frustration. What is the president prepared to do on that front?
Well, I would say first that, hold on, I have some update on this. Let me just make sure I have the most up-to-date information. One moment. Thanks for your patience. So, as you know and have been following this closely, Alex, the USTR has been in conversations with China about its performance regarding purchase commitments under Phase 1, which they did not meet in 2020 and did not meet in 2021. And they have conveyed, and I just reiterate on their behalf, the USTR officials, it is on China to show it can follow through on its commitment. So again, this is under the purview, as you know, of Ambassador Tai. We have expressed our concerns. We have them in terms of specifically what the president would be prepared to do. We're going to continue to engage with Ambassador Tai and the trade team to determine next steps.
Well, just to be clear, what is the president prepared to do then?
Again, the USTR, our Ambassador Tai, is the one who runs point on this, and I would point you to her for any additional comment on the current status.
Finally, there's some talk on Capitol Hill about congressional staffers unionizing. Does the president support that?
He does. He supports the right of any individual to seek to join a union, to collective bargain, and of course, Capitol Hill staffers are certainly individuals who are pursuing that.
Is the staff been in touch with those folks?
Our staff been in touch with them? I would really point you to congressional leadership. I know Speaker Pelosi and her team have spoken to this as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. So truckers in Canada last night shut down the Ambassador Bridge, which carries about a quarter of U.S.-Canada trade in goods. So what's the administration's response to this action, and what steps are being taken to ensure the free flow of goods, and also any preventative steps being taken to address a possible blockade on the Michigan side of that bridge?
Well, let me first start by saying I know there's been some suggestion, not by reporters necessarily at all, but that this congestion is related to the vaccine requirements. It's not. I'm saying I'm going to get to the protests, but the protests going on across Canada, which have spread to a bridge, are leading to sporadic congestion and blockages. I would, just to go back to my point I was trying to make, is that across what we've seen with these requirements is across a range of industries, vaccination requirements have been implemented with no disruptions, have helped increase vaccinations. These requirements help protect more people from COVID, and there's been zero indication across these industries that they would lead to disruptions, including on this policy. We, of course, support, as you know, the right to freedom of speech and protest, but while we do see some of these congestion due to protests, it's clear that these disruptions have broadened in scope beyond the vaccine requirement implementation. Beyond that, we are, of course, in touch with our Canadian counterparts, but I don't have any updates in terms of specific steps.
On Ukraine, so in yesterday's briefing, you mentioned that the Minsk agreements would possibly be a part of these Macron and Putin talks, and now that it's over, is the U.S. discussing directly with any of the parties the use of the Minsk agreement as a possible way out of the conflict, as President Zelensky has suggested? Do you see that as a sort of a fruitful pathway toward a diplomatic agreement?
Well, we see the Minsk agreements, which are discussed through the Normandy format, which I was talking about a little bit earlier, as certainly a format to move things forward. We stand ready to support these sincere efforts. And again, we welcome calls for a diplomatic resolution to the conflict in eastern Ukraine, and the Minsk agreement is a format that those could take place through.
Well, I guess there's been some suggestions that the Minsk agreement would be unfavorable toward Ukraine if implemented in the way that the Russians want it implemented. So is the U.S. coming down in any way on one side or the other?
We are not. We just see them as a format through which there could be discussion and continued engagement.
And lastly, quickly on competition, Tyson Foods stock went up very high yesterday. I think it's highest in about 2 years on the back of record profits on rising meat prices, partially on rising meat prices. So how is that posing a challenge to your administration's efforts to address competition in that industry?
Well, just 4 large conglomerates control the majority of the market for beef, pork, and poultry products, and the data shows, and I think their record profits are evidence of this, that there have been increases in meat prices while the companies have generated recent record profits, and that's a good example of it. And I would just note, just if you look at historical precedent here, 50 years ago, ranchers got over 60 cents for every dollar a family spent on beef. Today, they get about 39 cents. 50 years ago, hog farmers got 40 to 60 cents for each dollar they spent. Today, it's about 19 cents, and the big companies are still making major profits. It certainly shouldn't work that way, and as the president has said many times, capitalism without competition isn't capitalism, it's exploitation, and we have continued concern about the lack of competition in these industries. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Jim. I have a Lander and a Ukraine question. First of all, will Rachel Wallace get her job back?
I will have to check and see in the internal HR process. I'm happy to do that.
And then since you've made it clear that he resigned, he was not fired, how does this comport with President Biden's pledge to fire you, quote, on the spot if he found out about any kind of mistreatment of employees?
So what we did early in the administration, after he made those comments, which I think that were the first or second day in office, was our team, our HR team, our legal team, others worked to put in place a safe and respectful workplace policy. And that policy, which is about a 6-page document, I think we made it available to all of you, and we're happy to reshare it if useful. That was the process through which there was an investigation into these allegations. There was a conclusion of that investigation. At the conclusion of that, Dr. Eric Lander met with senior members of our officials who made clear what steps needed to be taken and that he would be required to be compliant with those. So that was actually an implementation of the president's commitment and in an effort to create a process for a large administration to maintain a healthy work environment and create a channel to address issues as they come up.
So on the spot after an investigation?
Well, I think in any workplace, and one where, like the White House, you need to have a process and a process through which employees can present any concerns they have, any allegations they have, and that there's a process that those can be seen through. And that's exactly what happened in this case.
On Ukraine, if you could explain to ordinary Americans who find the domestic politics of other countries very mystifying, why couldn't Chancellor Schultz say the words Nord Stream pipeline? He was asked numerous times, not just in the press conference yesterday, but also later in interviews. Why? Why can't he spit out the words that President Biden said?
Well, here's what I can speak for, which is the U.S. government, of course, and President Biden, and our commitment and agreement that if Russia invades, Nord Stream 2 will not move forward. It is still not operational at this point in time.
I know your position. I'm just asking if you could give us any insights into why Germany can't say that.
You are a very industrious reporter, Mara, and I'm sure you can pose that question to the Germans as well. But I can only speak for our government, and you heard the president say and reiterate many times yesterday how strong our relationship and our alliance is, how Germany is one of the most important allies we have in the world, how we have full confidence and faith in their commitment to implementing a strong outcome or strong consequences should Russia invade.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft here. We wanted to just show you some of the White House press briefing. Jen Psaki taking questions on so many different topics. We're going to be continuing to follow those lines of inquiry going into the week here. We did want to just bring up these live aerial pictures we still have out of Oklahoma City as crews are still battling this massive apartment complex fire. And you can see does not look like they have made much progress. This is a 5-alarm fire, and that apartment complex, the entire top floor is engulfed in flames. Part of the building has collapsed, and you can see the extent now of the damage. I believe it's about almost 10:30 there, local time on this Tuesday night. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported. We're going to be on the lookout for any more press conferences from fire officials on the ground to give us an update on how the progress is underway. But you can see just the extent, the massive, massive flames and damage to this apartment complex, which I believe was under construction. It was not quite complete. It was almost complete. But take a look at that. It's quite stunning. And you can see so much of these flames here, not under control really, though. We heard from the PIO that the weather is to firefighting crews' advantage, so that's good, but we'll keep an eye on this going a little bit later tonight. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing from Senate Republicans, including Senate Leader Mitch McConnell, as he commented today about a censure vote that the Republican National Committee took over the weekend, holding Congressman Adam Kinzinger and Congresswoman Liz Cheney at fault for their role in the January 6th House Select Committee investigating the Capitol riot. Mitch McConnell had not so nice words to say about the RNC and that move. We'll have that after the break.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I had an opportunity, along with a group of senators, to have a dinner last night with the new chancellor of Germany, and to discuss the most urgent issue of the moment, which is the Russian, obviously, threatened invasion of Ukraine. The good news is he confirmed what President Biden said yesterday, that if the invasion occurs, Nord Stream 2 will not go forward. The bad news is that would be after an invasion. And I think the most important thing is for the administration, and the president has all the authority to do this already, to use every tool in his toolbox before the invasion. I'm skeptical, appreciate the effort of bipartisan senators to come together behind some kind of legislation. I don't think Putin will be deterred by any piece of legislation in the United States Senate. Summing it up, the president has all the authority he needs. He needs to decide the timing. I think it's going to be a serious deterrent if it's executed before the invasion, not after.
Whenever the Democrats get power in Washington, D.C., what they typically do is impose one-size-fits-all rules on farmers, small businesses, innovators. I never thought I would see it apply to toddlers, but that's the latest invention of the Democrats, is requiring Head Start schools who provide early education services to low-income families to require toddlers as young as 2 years old to wear masks, even when they're out on the playground. And it just strikes me that this is a great example, another great example of government overreach. This is a decision that ought to be made by parents and guardians. And the president, who has subscribed the idea that he's going to follow the science, seems like that ought to apply here. Science and common sense ought to dictate the decisions that we make with respect to 2-year-old toddlers when it comes to whether or not they're required to wear masks. But President Biden has decided to use tax dollars, basically, through Head Start, all these agencies around the country, 1,600 of them, and they require these 2-year-old toddlers to wear masks. It is a crazy thing, and even the World Health Organization has said, that there isn't any need for toddlers 5 years older or under to wear masks when it comes to their own safety or their interest. And so this is an example again, and we see it all the time. The current administration, they're trying to roll out now the Waters of the United States regulations again, which is a throwback to the Obama years, which is an awful infringement on the rights of landowners and farmers. And they've tried to allow the IRS to snoop into people's bank accounts. They've tried all these vaccine mandates on employers across the country. So yet another example of government overreach. And instead of focusing on the issues the American people care about, which are inflation, the border, crime, safe communities, what's happening in the world, they're obsessed with issues like this. This is just honestly a miscarriage of the use of government when it comes to intruding into people's lives, and I hope they will stop it.
I asked the chief of the Capitol Police to come in today and talk about their short-term response to the overwhelming hours that officers have been working. We're about 200 officers below the authorized level of around 2,000 officers. 135 or so officers retired last year, which is about 50% higher than retirements in recent years. And obviously that's a problem. The contract employees for a short time may be part of the answer to that problem. But it's not just a problem in the Capitol Police Department. You know, in the city of St. Louis and St. Louis County, they had retirements were up about 60% last year over the average of the previous 4 years. My hometown, Springfield, Missouri, is looking for 40 officers. Columbia, Missouri, a department 187, looking for 20 officers. We're going to do what we can here to work with the Capitol Police problem, but I think this problem is clearly a lot bigger than the Capitol Police, starting with defund the police and prosecutors who pledge not to prosecute crimes in certain areas or at certain crimes. All has, and police officers becoming the increasing victims of crime is a huge problem. All of us see the Capitol Police every day, know how critically they are to our ability to function here. It's a problem all over the country. We're doing our best to try to think of new ways to solve that problem.
And I would like to add on to that. We are seeing a significant rise in crime and violent crime across the United States. And this is because of this administration's lack of wherewithal in enforcing law and order. We see it with liberal district attorneys, progressive policies out there that actually make it a crime to punish the crime. So a couple of examples that I will give you today. There's a Democratic DA in Los Angeles that banned bail and prohibited prosecuting the most serious crimes to the full extent of the law. There was also a Democratic DA in New York that released a list of crimes that would not be prosecuted, including resisting arrest. So, folks, Americans are really concerned about this, and it's time that we act accordingly. And that is by making sure that we are supporting the men and women in law enforcement. Stop this ridiculous defund the police movement. Let's make sure that we're being supportive, and let's also step up and enforce the crimes that are being committed. Let's make sure that those are being prosecuted. So I do have an effort to increase penalties on the most serious offenses, going after child sexual predators, making sure that those that are engaged in violent crime are prosecuted and held to the fullest extent of the law. I think these are all things that Republicans can get on board with. Now I'm asking that the administration step it up. Our communities are in danger, and it's not just the largest metro areas. If they're not controlling crime in the metro areas, that literally bleeds over into our rural areas. If they don't take care of it, we will step up and do so.
For years, I called on the International Olympic Committee to move the Olympics out of Communist China. What we knew is Communist China would basically, they would use this to whitewash their genocide. A week ago, I talked about it. Now, here's some of the headlines. Olympic teams raise concerns over quarantine hotels. You can talk to some of what's happening to some of these people that are being put in these hotels. They had a Uyghur skier become the face of China's Winter Olympics. Then they're gone. Never be seen. Now, NBC sort of supported that idea of supporting the fact, oh gosh, they stood up to international pressure over the Uyghurs, genocide over the Uyghurs, and then the NBC refused to take an ad that had the NBA's Cantor, the center for the Boston Celtics, in it to talk about the atrocities, the genocide. So Americans believe in human rights. I'm surprised that the International Olympic Committee, and I'm surprised the Biden administration wouldn't do anything to try to get the Olympics moved. I hope American companies like Nike and Coke and NBC will start standing up for human rights rather than profits.
Leader McConnell.
Is it appropriate for the Republican National Committee to censure two sitting members of Congress and also use the words legitimate political discourse in talking about January 6th?
Well, let me give you my view of what happened January the 6th. And we're here. We saw what happened. It was a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was. With regard to the suggestion that the RNC should be in the business of picking and choosing Republicans who ought to be supported, traditionally the view of the National Party committees is that we support all members of our party, regardless of their positions on some issues.
Do you have confidence in her, Ronna McDaniel, as chairwoman of the committee?
I do, but the issue is whether or not the RNC should be sort of singling out members of our party who may have different views from the majority. That's not the job of the RNC.
Leader McConnell.
Is being unfair when it doles out its sentences, especially considering this Minnesota man who was just sentenced to 10 years as opposed to the max 20 years for setting a place on fire and inadvertently killing a man inside, a father of 5 children. Do you think the DOJ is being unfair when it comes to...
Are you talking about the Minnesota case? Well, my understanding is the prosecutors there have recommended sentencing below the sentencing guideline for the crime that they've been charged with because of their sympathies for groups like BLM. That's totally inappropriate. You just heard Senator Ernst talking about the crime problem. Look, you don't improve this issue by going soft on prosecuting crimes. And I think it's important for us to underscore prosecution that fits the crime and support for the police who are trying to keep law and order in our country.
Leader McConnell.
Leader McConnell, several bills have emerged recently in the Senate that would ban members of Congress from trading stock, including 2 from members of your caucus. Senate Democratic leadership is reportedly interested in this. Kevin McCarthy's interested in it and has broad support with the public. I'm wondering, do you support banning members of Congress and their spouses from trading stock? Why are we not?
Yeah, I haven't given that any serious thought yet. I can just tell you how I operate. I don't own any individual stocks. Everything is in a mutual fund. That's what I advise members to do because I think it prevents such suggestions that you are engaged in insider trading. We'll take a look at that kind of legislation and see what may be appropriate.
Is it fair to say you're open to it then?
We'll take a look at it.
Leader McConnell.
Yeah.
Donald, would you support the bill that is expected to come to the floor later this week that would bar mandatory arbitration for sexual assault and harassment?
Well, I'm going to ask Senator Ernst to address that issue. She's been our specialist on that kind of issue.
Yeah, we're just really encouraged. We saw it. We are encouraged by what has occurred in the House. They have put a tougher definition or a clearly defined definition within the bill. And so we continue to work on it over here. And so I'm encouraged by the progress, but we still have more work to do.
You guys are not yet supporters of the version.
There's still a number of things that we're working out, but we certainly are a lot closer and glad to see strong support in the House.
Thoughts on Governor Hogan not running for Senate?
Well, he would have been a great candidate for the Senate. He's been a terrific governor. But looking to November, let's keep our eye on the ball. The president's got a disastrous approval rating. We know that 2 years into a new administration, the off-year election will be a referendum on the performance of this all-Democratic government, and I'm highly optimistic that we're going to have a very good year this fall.
To that end, do things like the censure make it harder?
Okay, Senator McConnell there commenting on the fact that Maryland Governor, Republican Larry Hogan, opted not to run this year for the Senate seat in Maryland. So unfortunate for Republicans. That's what Senator McConnell was indicating there. But also the news out of those comments, he went after the RNC, saying it's not really under their purview or in their writ and mandate to go after sitting Republicans like Adam Kinzinger, like Liz Cheney, and saying that the RNC should not be doing that. So strong words from Mitch McConnell, and especially on January 6th. And he said, we were all there. We saw what we saw. So interesting to note there. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have some major sports headlines when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to bring you some of these top sports headlines. LA Dodgers Trevor Bauer will not face criminal charges stemming from allegations of sexual assault, according to a district attorney's office. The pitcher, Trevor Bauer, will not be criminally charged by Los Angeles prosecutors. That's according to the LA County District Attorney's Office. The ruling concludes a 5-month review of the case. It stems from sexual assault allegations made against Bauer by a San Diego woman who sought a restraining order against him back in June of last year. The district attorney's office reached its conclusion after reviewing evidence from the civil restraining order proceedings and all other physical evidence, and concluding that it was unable to prove the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Bauer, who spent the final 3 months of last year's regular season on administrative leave, still faces potential discipline from MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred, who has the autonomy to hand out suspensions under the domestic violence policy that was previously agreed to alongside the MLB Players Association. So we'll continue to follow any more developments in this story. Remember, MLB and the Players Union still in negotiations to end a lockout, and spring training is just days away. We'll have more on that this week with some of our sports experts and legal experts that we bring on the program, including to talk about all of the drama going on in the NFL regarding Brian Flores and his lawsuit. Fox's Christina Coleman has the latest. All right, it looks like we do not have audio on that at the moment. We're going to work on getting that back for you. We just want to put up, speaking of the NFL, we have a live look out of SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. Super Bowl 56 happening this weekend between the Bengals and the Rams. And we've been speaking with Fox 11 reporters throughout the last couple of days talking about security preparations in place. But it's about 8:45 there in Los Angeles as the game gets ready in just a matter of days.
The NFL responding to allegations of racial discrimination in its coaching hires. The league issuing a memo this weekend to all 32 teams calling the results of its diversity efforts unacceptable. The memo comes on the heels of a lawsuit filed against the NFL by former Dolphins coach Brian Flores, who was fired last month despite back-to-back winning seasons with Miami.
So that's a situation where he wasn't even given a legitimate opportunity, a fair opportunity to succeed, yet he still did, and then he was terminated.
Flores says his subsequent interviews with other teams weren't legitimate, but instead were done to comply with the league's Rooney Rule, which requires that clubs interview at least one minority candidate for open jobs. Flores accused Broncos exec John Elway of showing up to his interview hungover. Elway called those claims false and defamatory. Flores also said the New York Giants brought him in to interview despite having already made the decision to hire someone else.
He had similar experiences to what a lot of black coaches have said throughout the league, that they have felt when they do interviews for these positions that they are not being given a fair shake, and they're just being done to check a box.
Flores attorneys say the league's memo is a PR ploy and that no one from the NFL has reached out to them since the lawsuit was filed. Despite the suit, Flores says he still hopes to coach again in the NFL. Of the league's 12 head coaching vacancies over the last 2 years, one has been filled by a minority candidate and none by black coaches. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Christina, thanks so much for that update. Let's head now out to a press conference, an announcement by the Houston Texans. They are hiring a new coach, Lovie Smith, and he took the opportunity to address some of the allegations Brian Flores has been making. Let's listen in.
Through this, as I worked through this and got to the end point, I realized the best decision, the best opportunity for this organization to move forward was with the choice of Lovie Smith as the next head coach. So we're all excited. I'm excited. We have a lot of work in front of us. I think Lovie and I both feel the same way. We know what the road ahead looks like. We have a lot of work to do. We're committed to doing that work. So to Big Sandy's own and to the best gray beard in the building, I'm going to introduce our next head coach, Lovie Smith.
Thank you, Nick. There's a lot of people. Just think, I'm a high school product of our great state of Texas. And a dream that of course, as you start playing football, you want to have a chance to play as long as you can. And to me, I always wanted to be a coach. So I say that most guys playing high school football here would like to someday lead their home state team. I can't thank Cal, Hannah, Miss McNair enough for having the faith in me to lead our great program. Also can't thank Nick enough. I've had a chance this past year to work with Nick in a lot of different ways. And, you know, as people talk about interviews, you know, sometimes you have an interview, you know, for a couple hours or whatever. Nick I had a chance to work with Nick for an entire year, and for him to see me on what I believe, how I believe football should be played, how I think you should coach our young men. So there's just so much I was able to get from that. I wanted to be a coach all my life, and a lot of that is kind of based on what I had in a coach growing up. Think about this also. My high school my seventh grade basketball coach still coaches football here, high school football coach here in the city of Houston. My first college coach lives here in this great town, so really pumped up about it. The love of my life I met on a blind date 42 years ago. We'll celebrate 42 years today. My wife, Mary Ann, and then also the rest of my family I have here. I have a chance to work with an outstanding linebacker coach on our staff, Miles Smith, and his lovely wife, Kara, and another one of my sons, Matt, that was here. Also some special people that I have here with me today, or guys that will be leading, will have a prominent role as we go forward, playing winning football. I've known Pep Hamilton for a long period of time, and his wife, Nicole, and I've tried to hire Pep a couple of different times, and it didn't work out. But it's kind of a perfect storm for him to be able to lead our offense. He'll be leading our offense this year. Someone I did know, but this past year allowed me a chance to get to know, was Frank Ross. Frank is an outstanding special teams coordinator. He and his wife, Christina, and their lovely daughter here. I'm so excited about them wanting to join our staff. A lot of the people in this building have helped me an awful lot. I got a chance to get to know during this year. So thankful for them. But to sit in this role, in this position, it's about winning football games and doing it a certain way. My philosophy a little bit, you know, I'm old school, you know. Again, I'm from a little small town, Big Sandy. It was about winning football. And we had a simple formula. We played good offense. And our good offense that Pep will be leading, of course, is you need to be able to run the football. There's a time we need to be able to pass the football, but doing it in a certain way. Tough, hard-nosed football, disciplined ball. That's what you will see from us. On the defensive side of the football, being able to, again, score just like on offense. It's not, as we look at it defensively, it's not a turnover. It's a takeaway of getting takeaways. And just, again, playing a certain brand of ball. Then on special teams, you cannot win football games without that third element, special teams. There's going to be, hopefully, one of the all-time greats that will be going into the Hall of Fame based on what he did. A guy had the chance to coach with special teams, but it's important. But the fourth phase would be the fans. Cannot play winning football without you. I have seen a day when it's tough playing outside at our NRG Stadium. And it's our responsibility to bring the fans back and get them excited about the product we're going to put on the football field. And I guarantee you we can do that. So it's a great day. We're excited. We all are. As we go forward, look forward to working hand in hand, side by side with Nick to get the Texans back where they need to be. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys. We're going to take a few questions. I just ask that when I call on you and you take the mic to introduce yourself and then direct your question at either Nick or Lovie so we know who the question is directed to. So we'll start with John.
John McClain from the Chronicle. Lovie, congratulations. How did you feel to not be part of the process, then get the last interview, and then finally get your third head coaching job?
Thank you for the question, John. Known John a long period of time. Well, how it feels, as I said, goal of a lot of us, of course, would be to ultimately lead our professional football team. As you go through the process, I've been a head football coach for a lot of years and gone through a lot of the process. In the end, you ultimately end up with the guy that's you feel like is right to lead the program to the next phase. So that's, for me, I had a great job last year being the defensive coordinator here. I got to see the potential of what we could do here. And when the opportunity, of course, presented itself to me late in the game, I was just excited for it because I know what we can be around here.
Mark?
Lovie, Mark Berman from Fox Houston. A two-part question, Lovie. One, what were your emotions when Nick told you you were his guy? And part two, where does this moment stack up for you among all the great moments you've had in your career?
You can imagine the excitement that I did have when Nick did tell me. There's 32 of these jobs, in the country. So they have an opportunity to lead one. And there's an extensive process that Nick went through to get the best person that he felt could lead our program. So, of course, you can imagine, how I felt with that. What's the other part of your question?
Where does this moment stack up amongst all?
I thought that's what you asked. I mean, my wife, Marianne, is here, so it was pretty special, that blind date that we went on. That was a pretty special moment. And there's been a lot of others. We're expecting grandchild number 9 and 10. A lot of special things have happened to us in our family. But this moment is pretty special. It's not often you get a chance to lead 3 professional football teams. I don't know if there's a guy that looks like me that's had an opportunity to do that. So that's pretty special. But just what I know about the organization and the potential. As you look for players, you're always talking about the potential that you see in an athlete. Just to lead a program like this, I know the potential on what we can do. And we kind of started the process this year.
Ed?
Ed Werder with ESPN, and I have a question for each of you. Lovie, I'd like to know your take on what you just said. Nobody who looks like you has coached 3 different teams in the NFL. What's your take, given your experience on the Brian Flores lawsuit against the league?
Well, I don't know enough about the laws. This is what I can speak on. I realize the amount of black head coaches there are in the National Football League. It's Mike Tomlin, and I think there's me. I don't know of many more. So there's a problem. I mean, it's obvious for us. But after there's a problem, all right, what are you going to do about it? There's a lot of different talk on how and what you should do. But I think it always comes down to action a little bit. And I know one person that wanted to do something about it. And it's just not about the color of your skin or who you want leading a program. But I know Cal and Hannah, of course, they said this is what, maybe there's a problem, or not maybe there's a problem, there's a problem, this is what we're going to do for it. I'm here. So, and what we're doing, and it's just not about me being here right now, on how head coaches are selected a little bit. A lot of it is, okay, a lot of offensive coaches are leading their programs right now. 2 Super Bowl participants have guys that have made their living with offensive football. I understand that. What I know as we go forward a little bit, I see Pep Hamilton right here, and I see his color, and he's going to be calling plays for us. And maybe it's about getting guys in a position for people to see exactly who they are and what they can do. I understand the problem, and I know the Houston Texans are doing something about it to make it better.
Yeah. No,
I was going to ask you, Nick.
Go ahead, Ed. Yep, sure.
Specifically, that happened last week, the lawsuit was filed. How did that influence, if at all, getting to where you are now?
Yeah, good question. I would say didn't affect us at all. I would say just speaking specific to Brian. So, you know, I've known Brian a long time, you know, personally and professionally. I have a lot of respect for Brian as a coach and a person. You know, he was a part of this process. He's been a good coach in this league for a number of years. You know, part of my responsibility was to spend time with as many quality candidates as possible, and Brian was one of those. As it pertains to the individual lawsuit, I would say from the beginning of when we started our process, call it, you know, January 14th to now, there was multiple conversations throughout the course of, I would say, the last few weeks with a number of different candidates, and that was pretty fluid. I think this process in and of itself is very fluid, and we have we got a fire. But do not use the elevators. Don't use the elevators. All right, I'll try to talk over the microphone. But anyways, this process is pretty fluid, right? And you have to take information in, but I would say there were conversations with Brian after that took place, so that really didn't affect the process at all. A lot of it was me taking information, processing a lot of information, talking to various different people and different parties and different candidates, and ultimately arriving at an endpoint that I felt made the most sense for our organization, and that's what we did. That's what happens when you have an event upstairs.
Okay, officials from the Houston Texans football organization debuting and announcing their new coach, Lovie Smith, there, but also taking the time to comment on the Brian Flores lawsuit. You heard there from Lovie Smith that there's only, 2 African-American head coaches in the league, talking about what needs to be done, and also not really commenting on the specifics of the lawsuit, but definitely it's in the background of these decisions and conversations for many members of the league. And of course, we do have a LiveNOW look as well out of Inglewood, California, and SoFi Stadium there, where Super Bowl 56 will be taking place in just a matter of days, with the league facing this lawsuit in the background. So we will be speaking with some of our sports experts throughout the week here on many of these top sports headlines. But first, let's take a quick commercial break. We have a lot lined up in these overnight hours, some of which we've already shown you throughout the day, but in case you might have missed it, we got to play it again. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and thank you for being with us on your Tuesday night. I was off for a couple of days, though happy to be back because there are still so many top stories and big headlines, live, raw, and unfiltered from across the country and around the world. And we have you covered. Right now, we want to show you President Biden's remarks from earlier today speaking with CEOs, talking about manufacturing nationwide on the uptick as we enter into this post-pandemic phase. Here's the president.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm Jean McCarthy. I'm President Biden's National Climate Advisor. And on the stage, I am joined by Senator Granholm from the Department of Energy. I'm sorry, Secretary Granholm from the Department of Energy,